Alright, what's up everyone? Yeah, I'm looking into Onryo Senki. I found the PC-88 version. I think I can find the 98 version. I prefer to actually have it on a format where I can text hook it into a text extractor or something like that. But hopefully if it works, it might be the next thing that we play. If not, I'll probably be playing Xenon instead. The PC version of Xenon, that is, because it has voice acting and it works with text extractor, so that might be the next game. What's up everyone anyway? Batteries, Shrapnel, Cabra, everybody else, how you all doing? Yeah, let's just get this going because I'm pretty excited to carry on and see what kind of nonsense pops up next in the land of the unhinged. This game is great though, I've been enjoying it so far, so please insert the main disk and drive 1, yeah that's fine. Select slot 2. There we go, cool. So the game disk and drive 2, yep that's fine. Should be pretty good this though. Yeah, so if I remember correctly, we have arrived in Frankfurt. And things are happening. Also, let me just check the volume, because every so often the volume for the emulator is fine. I thought it was a bit louder than usual. Yeah, so I think if I remember correctly, the two detectives have been tailing Susanna, and Susanna has just met up with some guy whose name I can't remember. But she was handed a ring and talking all sorts of cultist nonsense. So we're actually going to find out just what is going on, because as we all know, Susanna seems a little bit sus at the moment, and the more this game goes on, the more sus she seems to be. Yeah, that's Gokul, that's right. Everyone's all sus at the moment. Fucking David in particular seems to have nightmares that kill people, which is pretty funny. But yeah, this game is actually pretty cool, so we're actually going to find out what's going on probably within the next few hours. Like I said, I have been spoiled on the second half of this because I have watched Trap play it, but said it's just interesting for me at least to actually see the story unfold from the very beginning, because I actually missed the first half of his playthrough, so it's actually pretty cool to see what happened up until this point. But this is pretty good though. Anyway, right, so what are we up to? Right, the man was about 30 years old or so. From the way he was dressed, Clark had the feeling he was some kind of artist rather than a businessman. Susanna greeted him with a smile, as if she was acquainted with him. Loading. Ah yes, it's just restarting this bit, which is fine actually. I think it's better that we actually pick up on this bit anyway, because this is pretty important. My name is Gokul. Thank you for your help back in London. Thank you for coming all the way here. Have there been changes in the Devil King's condition? Yeah, so if you missed it, the David has been called the Devil King by quite a lot of people, and he's kind of not quite sure why, but I think we'll find out soon enough. The wall between dream and reality is about to collapse. His body shows the bruises from injuries he receives in his dreams. There is no better proof. Yeah, I think that's better that actually, because at least that way we don't miss anything. So I don't think we missed too much anyway, so it's not that far ahead, the actual save point for the scenario. Yesterday I've been told that the blood of the betrayer has been severed. This is wonderful news. Yet another sign of the power of the Devil King. It was another miracle born from his dream. Yeah, these two are talking some pretty weird cultist nonsense. Yeah, digitized Susanna looks a little different to the portrait one. Just a little bit though. Seemingly, there is someone capable of severing the blood of sorcery here in West Germany, but we've been unable to find any leads. we need the power of the Devil King for that. Speaking of which, did you bring what we talked about? Gokul took out a small box from his pocket, placed it on the table, and opened it. So this is the ring mentioned at the London gathering. Are you sure I can take it? This ring is more valuable than our lives. We would all give them gladly for the sake of the rebirth. Take it! Thank you very much, don't mind if I do. From dream to reality, and from reality to dream. May our dearest wish come true. By the way, David's becoming more and more popular. It must be hard taking care of him. Damn right. I admit that it's hard getting used to it. I'm always busy dealing with security and the press. We'd better eat up before our food gets any colder. Yeah, so I think the two detectives ordering, what, the fried mackerel or whatever the hell it is? And people tearing their faces off, yeah. Susanna put the ring box in a bag and started eating a meal with Gokul. The detectives are currently sitting at a table nearby with a bug on the table. Come on, Chief, it's not fair, I want to listen too. Sword familiar, what's up? You can listen to the tape later. Now eat your herring. Oh, it's fried herring, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Please tell me what they're talking about. It's not something you'd get if I paraphrased it. Just wait until later and you'll hear it from the tape. Just give me the keynotes. Well, seems that Susanna and that Gokul guy met at some meeting in London. They mentioned the Devil King, the blood of the betrayer, severing the blood of sorcery. This Devil King could be some kind of nickname, but the rest just sounds like some kooky occult crap. Sounds like the purpose of this meeting was for Gokul to give Susanna some kind of prized ring. She already put it in a bag though, I didn't get a look at it. Yeah, I don't get what they're talking about at all. I'll listen to the tape later. Goaty fart. Susanna and Gokul finished their meal and left. Okay. You follow Gokul, I'll keep tailing Susanna. Clark and Vince followed their two marks. Gokul let Susanna into his car, and then drove off. Screaming car. Gokul was driving towards Frankfurt. Just as the sun was setting and the artificial illuminations were lighting up, Gokul stopped near David's hotel. After dropping Susanna off, he drove away. Screaming car. After dropping Clark off, Vince went after Gokul's car. Meanwhile, Susanna went inside the hotel. She addressed the clerk at the front desk. Is the band here? They left a while ago. They left the keys in my care, so they must still be out. Susanna took a room key and headed for the elevator. Also banana. At about 10 o'clock, the band returned to the hotel. Andrew was not with them. Where is he? You okay, David? You might have had one beer too many. No way, I'm great. German beer is the best in the world. You can't get sick from it ever. That's lies. Can you believe Andrew? A woman shows the slightest interest in him and off he goes. Oh, he's off to get his leg over, is he? He's cool. Wish I could be like him. I don't have anything else besides music. Yeah, I don't think we're practicing our new song tomorrow. Andrew's probably going to get wasted tomorrow. Or probably going to be wasted tomorrow, rather. I think Susanna's back? She was checking out the venue, right? She's a hard worker, that woman. The tour wouldn't be this successful without her. Yeah, and people wouldn't be dead without her. That's repeating. Hold on. Excuse me. Yeah, he is pretty unsettling, isn't he? Alan, I heard there's some issues with the manufacturing of our records. How much are we really going to earn from this ordeal? Well, revenue is split 50-50 between the band and the office, so, individually, I'm too drunk to do math, but I'm pretty sure we'll be rolling in it. Good excuse. I'm off to bed. I better sleep while I'm drunk or I'll have nightmares. Yeah, I've got hay fever. That's why I'm sniffing a lot today. I'll be right though. Is Andrew gonna be okay on his own? He always got carried away easily, and it just got worse with popularity. Don't worry about what happened at that Italian restaurant. In the end, we all had fun. As for Andrew, he's a big boy. He can take care of himself. Now let's get some sleep. The three of them went to their respective rooms. Are we going to get David screaming.wav? David heavy breathing.wav? Wow, your room looks kind of boring, dude. As David was getting dressed, someone knocked at his door. He opened the door. It was Susanna. You're back. Oh dear, your face is all red. You've been drinking, haven't you? Just a little. David let Susanna in, closed the door and kissed her. Oh, is that how it is it? I love you too. Oh, I brought some medicine. How are you feeling? I think I'm okay, but I'll take some just in case. That nightmare guy shows up whether I feel well or not. David, I have to tell you something about your nightmares. Listen to me, okay? Oh, are we going to get the whole truth now? Susanna took the ring out of her pocket and handed it to David. Yeah, always trust the woman constantly drugging you. I found this ring. Lies. What does this have to do with my nightmares? It's said that you won't have nightmares if you wear this ring. Lies! Someone at the promoter's office is into exorcisms. I told them that I was having constant nightmares and they recommended me this item. Like some kind of dream catcher? Never took you for the superstitious type. I can understand pills, but I don't see how a ring would do anything. Sus, Anna. Mind over matter, as they say. If you convince yourself that you won't have nightmares while wearing the ring, then you won't have them. I suppose it won't hurt to try. Besides, you went through the trouble of getting it for me. Will it fit? David put on the ring. What do you know, it's just my size. I have to admit, it's a pretty wicked design. It might actually work. I'm sure it will. Keck. At that moment, the phone rang. Hey Alan, what's up? Huh? Andrew? Okay, I'll call Suzanne and we'll meet up in the lobby. Something happened to Andrew. Apparently he lost a whole lot of money playing cards. You see, we were about to come back here when he met a woman who could speak English, and... Andrew... We'd better go before we have a major problem on our hands. I'll get the checkbook. We'll meet in the lobby. Susanna left the room. David felt uneasy as he thought about Andrew's situation. He set his eyes on the pills Susanna brought him. He always felt more confident after taking them, as if everything would go the way he wanted to. He considered taking them now to quell his anxiety. Ooh, hold on. Shit. This looks like an interesting branch, maybe? Yeah, I just need to make absolutely sure I saved it there. Okay, so this looks like a pretty interesting branch. Choice, be a junkie or not be a junkie. Now this could be an interesting one. I mean, we're taking them anyway, right? So we might as well just keep taking them and see what happens. Said the junkie. Let's do it. David left his room. Alan and Martin were waiting in the lobby. Did you talk to Susanna? Yes. Yeah, she'll join us in a minute. How much money are we talking about? several million. Said he lost about 20,000 DM, about $32,400. 20,000 Deutschmarks. He doesn't have that much, so he'll have to ask Susanna for a loan. Susanna arrived. So I've heard. How much did Andrew lose? Hey Anne. Good evening. Told me about 20,000 Deutschmarks, but knowing him he might still be playing trying to recoup his losses. What an idiot. Brought the checkbook. I can pay what he owes, but it'll be subtracted from Andrew's income. Let's go. They hailed a cab in front of the hotel and headed towards the establishment where Andrew was. What's up, NPC? How you doing? Good evening. Once they arrived, they found Andrew playing cards with a well-dressed gentleman. Chocolate, eh? Sounds good. Yo, I've lost a bit more, but my luck is starting to change. I can feel it. Just give me a few, alright? You are such an idiot. You shouldn't gamble when you're so drunk, Andrew. Let's go. Alright, let's make this count. I'm betting 10,000 Deutschmarks on this. I'm sure you guys brought Lady Luck herself with you. Really? Considering how much you've let me earn, I'll gladly allow you to pick the stakes. I have to say, you British people are quite the jolly fellows. Three of a kind. Andrew had three of a kind. The man dealt the cards. What'll it be? I'll change 2, yeah, so you're going what, for 4? Even after changing 2 cards, he still only had 3 of a kind. Ah, full house! I have a full house of 4s and 8s. It appears you owe me 30,000 Deutschmarks, Mr. Andrew. Would you like to continue? Get wrecked, Andrew. No way I'm stopping. I'm gonna win 10 times as much, right, Susanna? You are such an idiot. No, Andrew, please. Stop playing. He is a professional. You'll never be able to win. I'm not retreating like a loser. I'm playing till I get it all back. Oh, God. Come on, man. We're all worried about you. Let's go. David was fascinated by the stakes at play. The thought of making 10,000 DM in a matter of seconds. Okay. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. I mean, we took the pills, right? Did we just try it? Fuck it. Alright. See what happens. Oh, it's reading from disk. Yeah, kill the gambler and you owe nothing. David pushed Andrew off the chair and sat in his place. Just shoved him off the chair. Get out the way. David pushed Andrew off the chair and sat in his place. Let's go. What are you doing, David? Can't you see I'm playing? You could play until morning and never win. He's a pro. Let me do this before you bet your clothes as well. Have you lost your mind? You could never beat me at poker, and you think you can beat this guy? We're here to bring Andrew back, man. What's gotten into you? Try it. David, please, stop. Let's not waste any time. I'm betting 20,000 Deutschmarks. Fine by me. You're David, aren't you? I'm actually a fan of yours, so I'm honored to meet you. With that said, I'm not going to hold back. The man dealt the cards, slowly and methodically. He was clearly enjoying himself. David looked at his cards. He had 3 of a kind. 3 of a kind of 3s, an ace and a 4. How many would you like to change? I'm changing 4. What? Really? David changed all of his cards, excluding the Ace of Hearts. Aren't you gonna change any? What a chad. No, right? Also, I just realized that, there we go. There's a fucking keypad. It's not going for the meme hand yet. Aren't you gonna change any? No, I'm fine as it is. 4 of a kind of kings. Good god. Man showed his hand. He had 4 of a kind of kings. He had a 4 of a kind from the start? Seriously? I hope you're not implying I've been cheating, sir. Do you have any proof? Andrew, shut the hell up. Chad! He did it! 4 of a kind of aces. Aces are better than kings, so I win. How about another round? I'm not very good at dealing, so be my guest. Thanks, Satan. Can't believe it. They both had 4 of a kinds. You're one lucky bastard, David. One ace swapped. Perks of being a Devil King, eh? What's up, Mars? Good evening. David, please, isn't this enough? We're only down 10,000 Deutschmarks now, so... You have quite the look, Mr. David. I'll have to take this seriously. The man shuffled the cards carefully. He offered the deck to David, but he did not even so much as touch it. The man then proceeded to deal the cards. David's cards were scattered on the table. How many are you going to change? All of them. It's a garbage looking. Yeah, I thought so. All of them. That's a fucking shit hand. I mean, I probably would have kept the queen maybe, but yeah, the rest of it's just shit. David changed his entire hand. 6! I'm fine as it is. What did the gambler have? The man showed his hand. It was a royal straight flush of hearts. Really? What the? You gotta be kidding me. The cards must be marked or something. Please, I'm a professional. However, Mr. David did not cut the deck, so I assume no responsibility. Spades are better than hearts, right? Oh, get dunked on, bitch! Get dunked on. These pills are good. David showed his hand. It was a royal straight flush of spades. It appears you are too naive, sir. If you're going to cheat, you should at least pick the best possible hand. This can't be real. And we're now 10,000 Deutschmarks over, but I'll let you keep them as my thank you for looking after our Andrew this long. What happened to you, David? Well, I suppose you solved this issue. Let's get back. This was literally a miracle. I'm getting the same vibes I get from our concerts. Man, what a thrill. For Andrew's sake, let's forget this ever happened. As for you two, Andrew, David, promise me you'll never gamble again. You are musicians. The band left the casino and took a taxi back to the hotel. I haven't been to a casino for years. I used to play poker as well, God. Played Texas Hold'em though. The gambler didn't even have the strength to get up from his chair. He mumbled to himself while fiddling with the cards. This is the first time I lost after cheating so much. I lost to a complete amateur. Am I getting too old for this? The perks of being the Devil King, eh? I wonder what would have happened if we didn't take the pills at that point. Back at the hotel, David was having trouble falling asleep, still excited after a showdown with the professional gambler. He turned off the lights and lied on the bed, to no avail. And then Susanna comes in and they bang all night. He raised his hand towards the ceiling and looked up, for no particular reason. The faint moonlight coming from the window illuminated his hand in the darkness of the night. He noticed some kind of aura around his hand. Okay. He kept staring at his hand. Slowly and steadily, the energy was changing shape, following his imagination. You could see a castle surrounded by nature. God, I love how they do everything in this, it's so good. Scene changed to two men talking from the top of the castle, looking down at the nature, stretching as far as the eye could see. One of the men looked like David. No, it wasn't a simple resemblance, it was him, as he would look like 10 years in the future. This is all thanks to your dark arts, Master Hroth. The lands have never been more fertile, the people are eternally grateful to you. Apparently the man who looked like an older David was called Hroth. Hroth spoke. No need to be modest, Lafia. My dark arts merely laid the groundwork. Everything else was your work. He looks like Gilgamesh from FGO. Lafia, the other man, seemed to be around 80 years old. He acted like some sort of guardian to Hroth, the king. I hope the people of the north are faring well. I'd like to send them some of our crops. Oh shit, hold on, this one. I'm afraid the King of the North would refuse your assistance. As long as he and his family can live a life of luxury, he doesn't care if his people starve to death. Shame. Is there truly nothing we can do to save them? My liege, I ask you to forget about the people of the North. The King of the North would take any action as a personal insult. If he were to declare war, we wouldn't be able to defend ourselves. Hiccups, excuse me. King should strive to bring joy to his people. I wish the King of the North understood that. King of the North! He already accuses you of being a devil king who uses the dark arts for his own gain. I beg you, sire, do not stir the hornet's nest any further. Then Hroth vanished and the rest of the scenery followed. That wasn't a dream. I was conscious the entire time. I can feel it. Why am I so tired? David tried to summon the scene again, but he was too tired to focus. Soon after, he fell asleep. And then David screaming .wav. The sunlight coming through the window woke him up. His body still felt somewhat heavy, but he was able to sleep through the entire night. He took a shower and left the room to have breakfast. German breakfast! When he entered the restaurant, he saw Susanna drinking a cup of coffee. He took a seat next to her. Good morning, David. You're up early, I see. It's still 10 AM. That's early? Really? Fucking musicians. I didn't have any nightmares this time, so I slept well. See, I told you the ring would work. But you do look a little tired. Are you feeling okay? Yeah, 4 PM is the correct time to wake up. What's up, Marble House? Good evening. I usually wake up at 6 in the morning now, even though my fucking alarms are like set for 7:30. I wake up way earlier than my alarms are, and I'm freaking wiped out as a result. Been taking a lot of naps like throughout the day though. Jeez. Oh, are they? That's pretty interesting. Physical Ikaruga. Yeah, I didn't have any nightmares, but I did have some kind of vision, as if I was seeing a recording of ancient times. That sounds interesting. Were you in there? Kinda. There was a man called Hroth. He looked like me, just older. He was some kind of benevolent king trying to make the world a better place. David told Susanna all he could remember. A benevolent king that looks a lot like you? That's a lovely story. So, what happened with that northern kingdom? Unfortunately, that's when the scene disappeared and I couldn't summon it again. For some reason, conjuring that footage made me very tired. Oh, thank you. I mean, I've got Ikaruga like 1,000 times, like, so I'm not really sure I'd buy it, but yeah, it'd be interesting. Maybe you'll see the rest tonight. You should have a hearty meal to build up your stamina. On Susanna's suggestion, David ordered a kilogram steak. Whoa, that's heavy. The two of them enjoyed their meal together. Yeah, so I've heard. It should be pretty interesting. It's a nice little package for people who don't have it though, but I've got Ikaruga like 6 times now, so... Yeah, a kilogram, jeez. A fine slab of meat. It's just loading. Yeah, when is Radiant Silvergun? Jeez. After visiting the venue where they would be performing, the band went to the recording studio that Susanna had arranged for them, where they practiced the new song composed by Martin. Ripper's next visit to the toilet, yeah. The song is just perfect for your voice, David. Now, I was thinking about giving it a house arrangement. Oh, Jesus. House arrangement, good God. House? I guess David could pull that off now. Besides, it is a good idea to try different things. We don't want our fans to get tired of us. Then I'll get working on that ASAP. I want it to be ready for our London performance. Oh, so we should be heading back to London soon, I think. I don't know, Martin. This studio's got nothing on the equipment we have in London. Right, Andrew? Honestly, I just want to leave Germany and go back home. Problem? Look at you, a few rounds of bad gambling and you're homesick. Oops, we promised not to talk about gambling. Anyway, let's think about the arrangement when we're back in London. For now, let's keep practicing. Tomorrow's the big day, so don't push yourself, David. After finishing their practice, the band returned to the hotel. How's everyone doing tonight anyway? This game's pretty good. It's slowed a little bit at this point, but I think it should pick up soon though. It's actually getting somewhat interesting at least. Clark and Vince were inside a car parked behind the hotel, tailing Susanna's movements as usual. 2 detectives. You know that guy Susanna met at the restaurant, Gockel? Turns out he's a painter. I went to his art gallery to check out his work and, well, I don't see how those paintings could bring home the bacon. What DLC are you trying to work on Vita? I can't remember how you actually install stuff on Vita, it's been a while. Oh, plugin works but doesn't recognize DLC. Ah, okay, I think you have to put it in a very specific folder, the DLC, to actually get it to pick up and install. Because I've installed a few games on my Vita and PS TV with DLC. Yeah, I think there's a very specific folder and a very specific format you have to put it in. Why, you an art critic now? Didn't you tell me his paintings sell like hotcakes the other time? PSP game ID folder. Yeah, I think that sounds about right. Been a while since I've done anything on my Vita though, so I have to remind myself of it. Yeah, I think that's where it goes though. It might even work on the PSP. Sells them to rich people mostly. He's a smooth talker. Oh yeah, Adrenaline, yeah. I think it still installs in a very similar folder, even for Adrenaline though. Said he has a lot of hobbies. Fortune telling wouldn't happen to be one of them, would it? Fucking big fly in here, jeez. He has so much time and money to spare that I had to write it all down. Hold on. Ah, there it is. Yeah, it turns out he does have some interest in fortune telling. Everyone's a fortune teller. Oh, that man Susanna met in Paris, Flanell, the CEO of that trading company, he enjoys his fortune telling apparently. Then there's Michael, the fortune teller Susanna, and David saw in Rome. Everyone's a fortune teller. Yeah, basically. Now that you mention it, I've written down fortune telling a lot in my notebook. It came up in France, Italy, and now Germany. Alright, let's have the London Association of Detectives look into any links between Susanna and fortune telling. My gut tells me they'll find something. What about the client who asked us to investigate Susanna? I'll give them a call once we're back in London. Well, it's 2 AM. They have a concert tomorrow, so I doubt they're doing anything tonight. Let's go. Screaming car. That sounds like the earliest electric cars. As Clark and Vince drove off, David was in his room. The lights turned off. He was focusing on the silhouette of his hand, trying to perceive that aura once more. He really wanted to see what happened to Froth, the man who looked so much like him. He couldn't bear to stay 1 second longer than necessary in that studio. He's getting good at this. Finally, his focus paid off. A white dot appeared in the darkness, slowly becoming larger and larger, until he could see a scenery projected on the ceiling. Sus Anna, yeah. Extremely sus Anna. He saw the castle from the previous night, but it was surrounded by an army and engulfed in flames. The images changed. You could see a stone passage. There was King Hroth, held up by Lafir and a woman. David was startled by what he saw. The woman was a dead ringer for Susanna. My liege, are you alright? Susanna, you did give him the right antidote, didn't you? Of course I did. I concocted it myself. It should prove effective soon. I can't believe Hawkeye would poison our king. We all knew the King of the North had eyes on our kingdom, but I was not expecting Hawkeye of all people to betray us. The blood of the betrayer. So that's what happened. If only our king hadn't been poisoned, he could have used his dark arts to prevent the army of the North from approaching. There's no point on dwelling on... Ah, the king is waking up! I thought I was already on my way back to the afterlife. Huh. I thought I was already on my way to the afterlife. Where am I? My liege, you were poisoned by Hawkeye. He's betrayed us. The people of the North are attacking. The castle is burning. Susanna and I were able to get you to safety through the secret passage. What's up, Jersey Saw? Playing too much Defender of the Crown. So the water of life Hawkeye gave me was poisoned. The King of the North must be afraid of my dark arts. He'll never stop pursuing me until he confirms my death. We must get away from here and fast. Surely the other kings will assist you. I feel better now. The antidote was your work, Susanna, correct? Your talent never ceases to amaze me. He's probably playing it on ST. Or Commodore 64 for the additional memes. We're almost out. When the North Army was in sight, I asked Fenrir to gather some troops and defend this exit. We should be fine. As they neared the exit, a man approached them with some soldiers in tow. Ah, Fenrir, thank you for coming. Our liege was poisoned by Hawkeye. We barely escaped with our lives. What's the situation out there? PC-88. God. There are no enemies out there, but I'm afraid I'll be taking the king's life myself. What? Fenrir thrust the sword through Lafir's heart. Susanna desperately held the king in her arms. Traitors everywhere, yeah? These lands already belong to the North. Hroth may be a powerful sorcerer normally, but that poison turned him into a feeble, powerless man. Stay back, Susanna, or I'll have to kill you with him. Fenrir, you traitor! If you want to take his life, then you'll have to take mine as well. At that moment, King Hroth stood up on his own, moving away from Susanna. You called me a feeble, powerless man, Fenrir. How about I show you how wrong you are? Hroth pointed his fingers towards Fenrir's head. Ah! Fenrir dropped his sword and fell to the ground, gripping his forehead. His men ran away in a panic. Fenrir, that scar on your forehead will be inherited by your descendants. Your lineage is forever branded as the blood of the betrayer. Hroth and Susanna left Fenrir writhing on the ground and went through the exit. The blood of the betrayer, huh? As David watched the scene, his strength was steadily draining. Before long, the images faded away, leaving David panting heavily. David heavy breathing.wav. Look off, jeez. Freaking giant fly in here. I can't breathe. I need those pills. David's arm felt heavy like lead as he stretched it out towards the phone. He called Susanna, asking her to bring him the medicine. Susanna knocked at his door. David used the little strength he had left to get up and open the door. Susanna held him up and brought him back to bed before giving him the medicine. Time to drug him up! He'd been summoning those visions again. Yeah, it was more tiring than I thought. Any more and I might have actually died. Pills here. Not going to let you die? In the vision, King Hroth's lands were invaded by the King of the North. He was forced to run away. That man who looks a lot like you, right? But you said he couldn't use a special... That man who looks a lot like you, right? But you said he could use a special power, the Dark Arts. How could he lose? A man called Hawkeye poisoned him, so he couldn't use his powers. King Hroth survived only thanks to a woman who gave him an antidote. A woman who looked a lot like you, Susanna. Sus Anna. Could she be the same Susanna from your other dream? Now that you mention it, in that dream there was also a man called Hawkeye. That was also the name of the house with the coat of arms that we found. Maybe there's a connection. Is he starting to put two and two together? Was this Hawkeye the only traitor? No, there was another, Fenrir, who killed Lefura as they were escaping. King Hroth used his powers to give him a scar on his forehead. He said something about his descendants inheriting the scar, and that his lineage would be branded as the blood of the betrayer. A scar on his forehead, huh? I wonder if his descendants do have that scar. Well, we're probably gonna find out soon. I doubt it. You don't inherit scars from your parents, you know. Besides, these visions are something from a long time gone. Oh, you're looking better now. These are just bland sleeping pills and vitamin supplements, but they're like energy drinks to you. Really? Believe it or not, these pills do wonders for me. I can feel power surging from within. This was the last of the pills, though. Oh, I know. I'll have the hospital here contact the hospital in Paris and have them send the prescription. I'll take care of it tomorrow. Please do. I think I might lose my mind without them. You'll be fine for tonight. Now stop looking at those visions, okay? They're not good for your health. After making sure David was feeling alright, Susanna left the room. Are we gonna get David screaming.wav yet? Pretty soon. Due to his exhaustion, David woke up the next day at about 2 PM. That's more like it. He went down in the lobby looking for his friends. The other 3 band members were there. Geez, what happened to you? It's 2 PM, David. You do remember that we have a concert tonight, yes? Sorry. When it's not nightmares, it's sleepiness. My head is still foggy from all that sleeping. I need coffee. Yeah, this is from 1990. David went to the counter in the lobby. Hey BTW, thank you for the follow. Welcome back. How's it going? Man, when it's not nightmares, it's sleepiness. Well, at least he got a full night's worth of rest. Yeah, new channel, the old one is dead. Like, pretty much permanently dead. It's not coming back. So this is now the new main. Yeah, you need to name it the actual game ID number, I think. I have to say, David is like a different man. He wasn't like this back in England. These kinds of things happen in the music world. One day you hit it big and become a star. Maybe we'll change too, who knows? Then we cash in the money after the last concert in London. I'd like to take a vacation. We've been working ourselves to the bone this year. David came back. Sorry it took so long, the girl at the counter wanted an autograph. Alan, is everything ready at the venue? Nice. Yeah, it's all set up as usual. Susanna said she'll go there ahead of us, so I'm sure she's taking care of everything. We have to leave in about 1 hour. David and his friends chatted in the lobby, relaxing their nerves for the upcoming performance. The performance where everyone tears off their faces. Guess I'm just taking a drink. Oh, fuck's sake. Why does it do that? Hold on. First one. Yeah, every so often Restream logs me out of fucking OBS, the chat in OBS. I have to re-log in. There we go. It's gonna reload as well. In before ritual suicide, yeah. Clearly. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were walking in the Romerberg Square. Oops. Possibly Shrapnel. Possibly. They were tailing Susanna and Gockel. Someone with a scar on their forehead. That's not a lot to go on. Besides, we don't even know if they're in Germany. The Devil King can only see visions of people and places connected to his current location. That means this person with the scar on their forehead must be here. That's repeating, hold on. I know you're busy with the concert, so I'll look for this person myself. I'll ask around. I actually know a lot of people. Gockel handed Susanna a paper bag containing pills and then parted ways. Oh, so that's how she gets all the drugs. Clark and Vince kept tailing Susanna. Are you sure we shouldn't follow that Gockel fella? Yeah, he only came here to give her that bag. I'd really like to know what's in it, but that's going to be hard. A wiretap isn't going to be useful if your mark is walking in a parka. I'd really like to have a compact high directional microphone right now. There's an idea. Directional microphone? I'll look into it. With that said, I wonder what's so important that you needed to get now, a few hours before the concert. What if it's drugs? The whole concert thing could just be a front for drug trafficking. Well, kinda. Nice one, but that bug is too small for trafficking. Well, we'll see. Clark and Vince kept tailing Susanna. Yeah, it's kind of slowed down a little bit at this point, but it seems like it might pick up soon. Concert time. And so began the first performance in Germany. The crowd was even more excited than it was during the concert in Italy. The band was getting more and more into it. David's energy reached new peaks. Even Martin, the calmest member of the band, was yelling. The venue was full of excited energy, both above and below the stage. Forget the ballad, David. Let's keep this energy flowing. Alan approached David to talk to him. Had the same idea. I'll go tell Andrew. Without skipping a beat, David approached Andrew. No way, things are getting way too hot as it is. We're doing a ballad next. Go tell Alan. Killjoy. Andrew was seemingly the only member to have kept a modicum of sanity, perhaps due to his sense of responsibility as problem solver of the band. Audience left their seats and started crowding the stage. Several women collapsed and were trampled over. The staff pushed the crowd away and helped the women. The concert continued without any serious injuries. The band played a ballad. The audience returned to their seats. While the amount of excitement was still high, it was slowly waning. Seeing some of their fans clap seemingly woke up the band members from their trance, who then used every trick to contain the excitement of their fans and end the concert without incidents. Well, I guess they're not clawing their faces off tonight then. The band returned to their waiting room, wiping the sweat off their faces. Good work, guys. Phew, we almost had to interrupt the concert. Yeah, I was in a cold sweat, David. Alan, you have to try not to get so carried away next time. But David needs to do that or the audience won't get excited. I know we can't let them get too crazy, but is it really a concert if they're not having fun? I mean, even Martin was going crazy tonight. I'm almost afraid to think of the future. I couldn't help it. That's just what happens when you listen to David singing. Really? Damn straight. You can't tell me to keep it down. What am I supposed to do? Plug my ears? I'm pretty sure you were into it yourself, Andrew. Are you saying it's my fault the audience started collapsing? Yes? I was trying to restrain myself. I'm trying to avoid the worst case scenario here, but you have no self-control. Come on guys, don't fight over this. It was mostly my fault anyway. From now on I promise to follow your song order, okay Andrew? Alright, let's get you back to the hotel. You're gonna feel better after a shower. After returning to the hotel and taking a shower, the band was able to celebrate the success of the concert with some beer. Beer is good. Once the fatigue of the concert caught up to them, they all returned to their rooms. Tired from all the excitement, David went to bed, forgetting about the temptation of the visions. David screaming .wav. Oh, this is good. This is good. The next day, the band took a bus towards the next concert site, West Berlin. Yeah, this was before the fall, wasn't it? They reached their hotel, aptly called Berlin, in the evening. Their concert would be held 2 days later. The band was chatting in a luxurious meeting room that Susanna had arranged for them. We must be making a killing with this tour. Look at the fancy room. Remember when we could barely afford business hotels and had to survive on instant food? Nothing wrong with that. Hope we can keep getting along even as we get famous. The moment one of us leaves the band, the Lino vision is over. It's gonna be fine. We went through a lot of crap together, you know? Anyway, how about we check out the Berlin Wall tomorrow? It might not be there the next time we come to Germany. Prophetic. Yeah, Friday will be nice. I'll actually enjoy taking a little bit of time off, I think. I'm actually going to London in 2 weeks to celebrate birthday and also go to a gin and rum festival, which should be pretty cool. It's going to be like me, my friends' birthdays. Pretty cool, like about 3 of us are going to be going. Gonna get drunk in a couple of weeks, so it should be nice. I need the time off anyway. I've been working pretty hard for the past 3 months and haven't really had any time off. Excuse me. On this book. Oh, I'm definitely going. I've always wanted to see it with my own eyes. At that moment there was a knock on the door and Susanna came in. It's a pretty big room though. Oh, you're still up? Listen to this. I just heard there's going to be a charity magic show at the Bristol Hotel tomorrow night. I was able to get 5 tickets. How about it? There won't be many guests, so you should be able to relax without being bothered. There won't be many guests since it's for charity, but I can't imagine it's going to be very interesting. You can't do elaborate tricks inside a hotel. Yeah, I'm from the UK. I actually have... my employer gives me unlimited time off. I can take off as much time off as I want. But I have a mandatory 26 days of holiday to take off a year. That doesn't include public holidays. And I don't work weekends because I'm a professional designer. So I actually do get quite a lot of time off, but the past 3 months I haven't really taken any time off because I didn't really need to, but I think I probably need a little bit of a break. But I've got a few holidays coming up because I'm going to London next month, celebrate my birthday, my best friend's birthday, and my friend's wife's birthday, because we're all within July and probably all within the same week or so. Should be pretty interesting. Also going to a gin and rum festival for it as well, so that's good. September I'm going back to London for 2 separate weekends for 2 separate gigs. I'm going to see Scandal for 1 weekend because they're playing in the UK, and then I'm going to a 2-day rave, which is probably the easiest way to put it. I'm going to the Group Therapy Weekender. Above and Beyond are playing for 2 nights in London. And then October I'm going to San Francisco, not San Francisco, fucking hell, I keep getting them mixed up. Los Angeles for a weekend, for a whole week rather, for another 2-day rave. So I got quite a fair bit planned, it's just they're all coming in a couple of months time, so I'm just taking the time to get a lot of work going on. Yeah, no problem, batteries. Right. But yeah, we do get quite a fair bit of time off, but my employer is somewhat unique in that they give us unlimited time off if we need it, but we take a mandatory 26 days off a year, so that should be pretty good. Yeah, saving some time for Christmas and New Year's because I usually take the entire thing off. I hate working on December and New Year because we don't actually have mandatory holidays for Christmas with this employer, but we can actually use our holidays to take it off if we need to. So my plan is to keep at least a week and a half of holiday for this year and just take it off at Christmas. And if I take it off at the right time, I essentially have 2.5 weeks off rather than a week and a half. So that should be alright. I just need a bit of a break though because I am exhausted. Anyway, it won't be simple magic tricks. Apparently it's some kind of super magic show like ESP. I've never seen it myself, but those who saw it claim there's no way they're simple tricks. Well, I've always been interested in ESP. Who's going to perform? Morgan Crossed. Apparently he hates television, so he will only appear on a live stage. Oh, that name sounds fishy. Crossed. I've heard about him. They say he's a man with a third eye, and that he has psychic powers. Since he can't use those powers to make money, he pretends they're magic tricks instead. Third eye? Oh, that sounds really fishy. How about it, David? You don't see actual superpowers every day. If we're all going, I'm coming too. I've seen a lot of magic tricks in my life, but actual psychic powers? That would be a first. Sure, I'm game. I gotta see this so-called psychic powers. Honestly, I don't really believe in ESP and the like. It's probably a scam. But it's not like I have anything better to do, so why not? Okay then, we're leaving tomorrow evening at 6 o'clock. I've never seen an ESP here before, so I'm looking forward to it. The hotel where Alino Vision was staying wouldn't turn off the lights until late in the night. Most hotels don't nowadays. Although you occasionally need like an access pass in order to enter after a certain time. But a lot of the hotels that I've been in the past, they don't actually have curfew anymore, which is good. Because I actually like to go out at night every so often. The next day the band went to see the Berlin Wall. There's a old photo of the Berlin Wall. They were back to the hotel at 6 o'clock where Susanna was waiting for them. After changing their clothes, they got into a taxi and headed to Hotel Bristol. They arrived at the Hotel Bristol. The bellboy guided them to the charity show, where a table for 5 had been reserved for them. The other guests were wearing tuxedos and fancy dresses, conversing in a hushed voice. Classical music was being played at a suitably low volume. Thank God we got changed. They would have turned us away at the door if we were still wearing our day clothes. I told you this was a prestigious hotel. Of course you'd dress formally for a charity show. I shouldn't have come, I had no idea it would be this fancy. You know, once we're back in London, if you're ever awarded a platinum record, you'll have to attend even fancier events. You have to get used to at least this much. If we work even harder and have successful tours in America and Japan, a platinum record is actually a real possibility. You guys being awarded one is one of my dreams. Now then, let's eat. They won't bring us anything else unless we finish our plates. As new dishes were being brought, the stage darkened to the sound of drums and cymbals. Then Horgan Cross, the magician, appeared under the spotlight. After a quick greeting, he picked up a cup from the table. As you can see, there are 2 identical glasses here. I will put one of them on your table, dear guest. As about half of the guests were foreigners, he had an assistant translating for him. Frost approached the nearest table, put the glass down, and returned to the stage. He looks sus though, especially with that thing on his forehead. Now I'll place a coin inside the remaining glass. He dropped the large coin in the glass, which ringed loudly. Once the ringing subsided, the coin had vanished. Then the guest from the nearest table shrieked. David and his friends turned that way and were surprised at what they saw. There was a coin inside the supposedly empty glass. The coin had moved from one glass to the other. The glass on the stage is too far away from that table. This can't be just a trick, but the coin definitely changed places. Martin, is this ESP? You said it yourself, it wasn't a trick or sleight of hand, so it has to be psychic powers. Still can't believe it. Maybe we just didn't notice. If you did it one more time, maybe. Stressed, possibly out of being out of his element, Alan was unusually drunk on German wine. Lumia, what's up? Crost held out his hands to stop the applause. Some people here seem to think that the glasses were rigged. This time I'm going to pour water into my glass. See the truth for yourselves. Crost poured water into his glass. It was clearly flowing, but strangely enough, it wouldn't actually fill the glass. Observe, I'm pouring water into my glass, but it's filling the glass on the guest's table. Do you still believe this to be a trick? That bastard! Ain't no such thing as psychic powers, there's gotta be a trick. It's an illusion. Calm down, Alan. We're here to see psychic powers, and that's what we've got. Why are you even mad? Quit making a scene. People are staring. Once he realized the other guests were staring at him, Alan turned red. The SP are amazing. The water flowed from one gas to the other. It must be some kind of warp. If he even used more power, that kind of ability would be incredibly useful. See that scar on Crost's forehead? They say it's his third eye. It's rumored that's where his psychic powers come from. Scar on his forehead, huh? Sus. That's right, now it's closed, but I can read he can unleash incredible powers when his third eye opens up. Loading. The next trick is called the Devil's Curse. This ball will fly through the air. Once it finds a demon, it will light up and attack it. Ha! The ball he was holding began to float. The audience gasped. It zigzagged through the hall, approaching every table. It's obviously going to find David, isn't it? Yeah. Eventually it reached David's table, stopping on top of Alan. The ball emitted an intense light, like a camera flash. Son of a... is he calling me a demon? In a fit of anger, Alan slapped the ball away. The ball fell to the floor, rolling noisily. Are you sober now, sir? The demon thing was but a joke. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause for a good-humoured friend. Crost approached the table to pick up the ball. He said something in German, and then returned to the stage. Next, I would like to show you what I call super magic. However, nothing will happen if my third eye remains closed, in which case I beg your pardon beforehand. My assistant is sitting on the floor. If my third eye opens, I will make her levitate and float around the hall. Please be quiet for a moment as we merge our minds. Crost closed his eyes. Can we leave soon, Susanna? I'm not sure why, but I feel a pain in my chest when I look at him. He's definitely a great artist, but I admit he's not my type of man. Let's just leave. He's just flaunting his supposed superpowers. This isn't fun at all. This wasn't very entertaining, but I'd still like to see his third eye open. Since Crost hates photos, there's not one picture of his third eye in books. Oh, hold on. I'm also not feeling that great, but I agree with Martin. Let's take a look at that third eye of his before leaving. Oh, it's opening. Still under the spotlight, something was changing on Crost's forehead. The scar was changing, transforming into an eye. David felt increasingly frustrated as he stared at Crost's third eye. The third eye blinked, if only slightly. I like how it's animated. Once, twice, after blinking 3 times, the third eye was faintly visible. Hold on, I need to take a picture of this. Ah! Then blood began to flow from Crost's third eye. Blood kept flowing unceasingly. Crost was rolling around in his own blood, writhing in pain. I guess we found him then. Blood of the betrayer. The spotlight was turned off and Crost was carried outside by several men. The audience murmured uneasily, wondering what exactly had just happened. The hotel manager came up on stage holding a microphone. Unfortunately, as Crost failed to open his third eye, he won't be able to continue the show. As such, we must bring an end to tonight's charity show. As the manager frantically apologized, the guests left the venue one by one. The car Clark and Vince were driving stopped in front of Hotel Bristol. These guys again. Looks like we missed their plans to check out that charity show. Crost's magic show, huh? Nah, Susanna was probably just playing around. We can wait for them here. Is Horgan Crost famous or something? Can't say I've ever heard of the guy. I didn't know about him either, but asked around. He's somewhat known here in Germany, a magician with a third eye. Look, Chief, there's a crowd forming at the entrance. They're all well dressed, so I'm guessing they're guests from the charity show. Did something happen? Without replying, Clark got out of the car and entered the hotel. He returned a few moments later. Seems like Crost failed to open his third eye and release his psychic powers, whatever that means. I had to cancel the show. Suzanne and the boys should be out soon, so keep your eyes open. Does he actually have a third eye on his forehead? Man, that's gotta suck. Thank God I'm not a psychic. These guys. Start the engine, Vince. They're getting into their taxis. Electric car. The band got in 2 taxis and left. Clark and Vince tailed them. Taxis stopped in front of Hotel Berlin. They got off and went inside. After regrouping in the meeting room, they started talking about Crost. Oh good, nice one. Serves him right. That sure was a lot of blood. At first I thought it was part of the performance. Losing that much blood's bound to kill you, not that I'd mind. Whoa, dude! Even if he survives, he probably won't be able to open his third eye again. Losing that much blood would scar you for life. Then I guess we actually saw something amazing. Maybe we're ESPers too. You know, the way we make people lose their minds by listening to our music, so much that they could even get hurt if we're not careful? Maybe you are. I mean, you're doing something that is impossible for others. In that sense, there are many ESPers in the world. What's wrong, David? You look pale. It was all that blood, wasn't it? I remember witnessing a car accident when I was a kid. There was a lot of blood. I couldn't eat for days. I don't know. I guess watching Crost suffering in a pool of his own blood left a bad impression on me. Maybe you should go to bed if you're not feeling well. Don't forget you have your last European concert tomorrow. You have to take care of yourself. I'll be fine. Can anyone hand me a beer? I'll feel better after a drink. Man, we're at the end of our tour, huh? We're almost back in London. After various empty beer cans were piled up on the table, the band members returned to their rooms. Yeah, I think it should be fairly easy to transfer that save data from PSP to Vita. I mean, the folder structure is generally the same for Atmosphere anyway, so as long as you know where to put it, it should work fine. Reminds me I need to see what's on my PS TV. As David approached his bed, he felt a hint of dizziness. I was feeling good the entire day, but everything went downhill after I saw Crost's blood. He's dead now, isn't he? Just as he was starting to feel anxious about the next day's concert, there was a knock on the door. It was Susanna calling for him. David didn't have the keys with him, so Susanna opened the door herself and walked in. Figured you'd be tired, so I brought you your favourite pills. Favourite pills? I admit I've been feeling tired after that show. Thanks, I'll take them. David took the pills. Tomorrow will be the last concert in Germany. Hang in there, David. You know, I've been wondering, is it possible that Crost is a descendant of Fenrir, that man from the vision I saw? He had a scar on his forehead. It could just be a coincidence. But when blood started flowing from his forehead, that made me think. At that moment, I was mad at him for the way he made fun of Alan. I glared at the third eye of his in anger. If the visions are true, and the blood of King Hroth does flow in my veins, maybe I'm the reason he started losing blood. Oh, he's started to accept it now, has he? You have to remember as well that the PC will hide quite a few folders, so you need to actually use some form of FTP client that can see hidden folders, because normally it won't detect any of them. You can see them on the Vita if you use Vita Shell, but if you're using FTP to Vita, then it will actually not show those hidden folders at all. Yeah, I thought that would have been it, because I had one or two of the same issues as well. Anyway, seems like he's actually started to accept the fact that he's got the Devil King's blood. Did you feel like you were using some special powers like King Hroth did? No, I didn't actually feel anything special. Maybe I'm just overthinking this. You probably are. Anyway, I like you better as a musician than an ESPer. Me too. I'm not going to turn into King Hroth or something. Still, I feel like there's something I'm not seeing and it's driving me a little crazy. You can actually get a utility that will clone a disk on Windows to a DMG or an ISO. And will actually back up the save stuff as well. Anyway, me too. I'm not going to turn into King Hroth or something. Still, I feel like there's something I'm not seeing, and it's driving me a little crazy. I haven't had any nightmares since coming to Germany. Maybe it's because I've been dreading them so much. I feel like I could have nightmares tonight. They always come when I'm feeling tired in this weird way. Susanna, won't you stay with me until morning? Oh, David, you're acting like a scared child. I'm not your mother, you know. Susanna smiled teasingly at David as she started undressing. Implied sex. Okay, so it's gonna write the next scenario. They call him Studley Goodfuck. Yeah, that's the sound of them symmetrically docking. I wonder what's going to happen to... was it Morgan Crost, I think his name was? That could have been painful, like having all of that blood just streaming from your third eye. There we go. I'm gonna pop a save in a second as well. The next morning, David was drinking coffee in the lobby. Alan joined him in the lobby shortly after. Would you look at that? David up in the early morning having coffee. You don't see that every day. Were you too nervous about our last concert in Europe to sleep? No, he was probably banging until morning. Not really. I actually got a good night's rest, so much that I just woke up early. Do you think Crost is dead? Let me save it here. Put it on the standard save slot. Dunno, I haven't read the English newspaper yet. Let's take a look. Alan picked up the newspaper from the table. Well, I don't see anything about it. Oh wait, here it is. It's a small print in the corner. It just says they stopped the blood loss and he survived. What do you know, he's alive. Considering how much he was bleeding, that's actually impressive. Modern medicine can even transplant hearts nowadays. Bleeding from your forehead is nothing in comparison. While David and Alan were talking about Cross, they were joined by Andrew and Susanna. Oh, you're reading the newspaper. I heard something interesting about Cross. Our promoter told me that his third eye is actually artificial. He had that surgically implanted into his forehead. Interesting. Seriously? An artificial eye? They say his psychic powers are the real deal, but he underwent plastic surgery to hide that scar and to make himself look more like an ESPer. Yeah, that'll happen. What's the point? He already had psychic powers. Man, what a moron. At that moment, Martin entered the lobby. Good morning. You're already up, huh? This has to be the first time I got up later than David. Okay, so after tonight's concert, we'll be back in London tomorrow at noon. Andrew, make sure you leave the hotel by 4 PM and head straight for the venue. Susanna left the hotel to meet up with the promoter. Really? Sus Anna is actually going to meet a promoter? Clark and Vince were at Tiergarten Park. Sitting on a bench in front of them was Susanna and Gockel. How's the directional microphone, Chief? Shush, there's too much noise as it is. I'm having a hard time listening in. What about your directional mic? Oh yeah, I have it here. Vince hurriedly took out a Walkman-sized device from his pocket. He pointed it towards Susanna. It's like very inconspicuous. Chief, you have to point it towards them or you won't hear a thing. That's why they call it a directional microphone. I know that, I'm just testing it out. Come on, we have to get somewhere in front of them without them noticing. Clark and Vince moved in front of Susanna while keeping out of her sight. Then they began to eavesdrop on a conversation. This is a good spot. Here's hoping they won't move. Clark and Vince pressed their hands on the headphones with a serious look on their faces. Conspicuous. Really? And yet it's because of him that we could find that man. Even if medical science saved him, the Devil King will not forgive him. But you'll be returning to London tomorrow. Who will end his life then? If nothing happens before then, I'll get in touch with you from London. The ring has been returned to its rightful owner, and is already displaying its power. I'm certain we will find the King of the North soon. Once the Devil King is revived, my wish will be fulfilled. I look forward to that day. The only way to bring him back is to sever the blood of the betrayer while that star is the closest to the earth. Only then will we be able to enact our revenge upon the King of the North. King of the North! In this modern era of science and technology, nobody would ever believe such a tale. You better believe it. Even if the common folk don't believe it, there are still descendants of the people of the North who have inherited the blood of sorcerers. They may come for us. Watch our back. I probably won't be able to come back to Germany for a while. You'll have to wait for the good news. Let's meet again if you're ever in London. Susanna stood up from the bench and left the park. Clark and Vince were after her, as Gockel watched the pair with suspicion. So he knows. So they'd be found out, eh? And so Alino Vision was ready to begin their last concert in Europe. The The band was giving it their best during the performance, and once again the audience was reaching the peak of their excitement. Halfway through the song, David called out to the audience, who shouted back in response. Even though David was speaking in English to a German crowd, it seems as if there was no language barrier between them. We're all allies, we're all in the same clan. Yeah, we're allies. The entire audience stood up. Between the German language and the furious atmosphere, the situation was starting to feel like a scene out of a Nazi rally. Kill the traitor! What? Yeah, kill the traitor! What? The hell is going on? Sever the blood of the betrayer. Oh, okay. Kill! Wow, okay. The eyes of the audience were bloodshot. They were screaming as if their throats were being crushed. The traitor is finally dead. As soon as David's proclamation ended, Alan pressed his hands on the keyboard. The audience let out a yell, and the performance began anew. On the stage, David seemed to grow larger. Though the audience was reaching the peak of their excitement, there were no disturbances. A number of women fainted, but they were carried away by the staff without incident. Well, that's pretty much what you would expect of a rock band live gig. While Martin was playing his guitar solo, David approached Andrew. Let's skip the ballad. The crowd's excited, but it's all under control. I say we keep the ball rolling and call it a success. It's so weird. They're so excited, but all moving in rhythm. Well, sounds good to me. Let's see how far we can go. What are you doing, guys? I'm waiting for you. Huh? You're skipping the ballad? Fine by me. Come on. What's up, crack blazing warlock? Good evening. Martin also seemed to understand. He plucked the strings of his guitar rhythmically. Waiting for the song to start, David shouted to the crowd. Yep, bruh moment. This is the end of our tour of Europe. I'm gonna keep singing until I drop. Yeah, it sounds familiar, doesn't it? This game's been like that for a while though. They've gradually been realizing that they have power over the crowd. Yeah! The band kept playing in a frenzy. By the end of it, David could barely let his voice out. The audience was so excited they were literally ripping their shirts off. I was gonna say literally ripping their faces off, but no, that was the other concept. Then, as he promised, David finally collapsed on the stage. There was not a single person in the venue who had the energy to stand. Even the members of the staff were leaning against the wall. They were all in a daze beyond the point of satisfaction. Though the concert was over, the staff did not even have the energy to turn off the lights or lower the curtains. David, Alan, Andrew and Martin themselves were in a daze on top of the stage. You okay, David? Yeah, I can barely move, but I've never felt better. Never felt like this before. I'm going to think I'm going to cry. Just let it all out. Andrew, why didn't the crowd go wild this time? Don't ask me. I can't even think right now. Let's just say it all went well and leave it at that. David, what was that thing about a traitor and the blood of the betrayer? Oh, nothing. Huh? Did I actually say that? Now that you mention it, I started feeling this sense of unity after you said that weird stuff. Right then, the lights were turned off and the curtains were closing. There was a round of applause as the curtains fell. However, the audience had no more energy left, so it felt like the quiet end to a classical concert. Way to go, David! I'm glad it's over, honestly. My knees are trembling so much I can barely walk. But the spotlights focused on the band as they walked out. There was no commotion. After a brief interview, they got into their cars and left the venue. Back at the hotel, David and the others headed back for their rooms, not having the energy to celebrate. David fell asleep the moment he crawled into his bed, without even having the time to think. Are we going to have David screaming .wav yet? Nope, Concord. The next day, the airport was filled with Union Jack flags, which were waved until Vision's plane was no longer visible. The plane arrived at the Heathrow Airport in London. Once they were done with the customs, David and his friends witnessed something they would never thought possible before they first left for their tour. Inside the waiting room there were countless TV cameras and journalists ready to interview them. Once they finally stepped out of the waiting room, a deafening cheer broke out. Their path was filled with young people holding Vision banners and magazines with the band on the cover. The band barely had the space to even wave at their fans. Before long they were surrounded by the police who escorted them to their car. The police car opened the way as they headed towards a Hilton hotel. However, rather than relaxing in the lobby, Susanna led them inside the elevator and then to their room. Man, I wasn't expecting such a warm reception. They welcomed us like heroes. It's a shame they had to take us away like criminals, though. I was told about it, but I definitely underestimated your popularity. Like a dream come true. I think of it as a price of fame. I'd like to go to Marquee, but I don't want to bother the owner. The Marquee Club was the music venue where Vision made their debut. While it didn't have any seats, it had a bar and could house around 400 guests. The band would still go there to relax from time to time. Same here. It should be fine if we sneak there though. I say we all go together at closing hours. I was going to be the first to report back to you when I got home, but if we sneak there won't be a ruckus. Let's all go together just before closing time. Lock in. I won't be joining you guys. Before you go, keep this in mind. You're not the same people you were before the tour. Be careful out there, alright? Right then, someone knocked on the door. It was Richard, the president of their record label. Richard. Good work, boys. Vision CDs are selling faster than we can print them. And we have a pile of requests for your appearances. I don't remember what sleep is anymore. You can deal with the CD situation however you like, but don't go crazy with those requests. You promised us a 2-week vacation after the tour. I know. You'll have your vacation. But be prepared for schedule hell once you're back. Send my paycheck to the bank up front, boss. No point in vacation without money to spend. Way ahead of you. It's not all of it, but you can muck about for an entire year with it. That's a lot of money. Holy shit. A year worth of money, but we only get a couple of weeks off. Welcome to life. Of course Susanna's getting a bonus check too. Oh, look at the time. Let's go, Susanna, we have a meeting. Richard and Susanna left the room. Meanwhile, back at their detective agency, Clark was using a typewriter while conversing with Vince. Typewriter? Oh my god. You have to hand in that report tomorrow, right? We'll find you back in London and you're already pulling an all-nighter. Hey up, got a call as soon as I stepped inside. I need everything you found out in Europe, and it has to be ready by tomorrow at noon. But after that, the job's done, right? I sure hope the pay's good. Still, who the heck is Susanna really? After all that work, we only have this slipshod report. Come to think of it, Vision's last concert was something else. First time I go to a concert where the singer starts yelling "kill" like that. Speaking of kill, I called a friend in Germany once we came back here. That magician, Crossed, he died that night. He started bleeding from his forehead again. Ooh. Oh. Well, his death could be related to Susanna, could it? Are you going to put that in the report too? This client wants me to report anything that catches my attention, even if it doesn't strictly involve Susanna. The two detectives continued to work over a cup of tea. You're writing that on your typewriter, yeah? Modern typewriters. I used to have a typewriter actually, God. Came in handy for before I actually had a computer. Around 10 PM, David and his friends headed for the Marquee Club. So good to see you. It's pretty much impossible for Alinovision to play here now, but that just means you've made it big. We wanted you to be the first to hear about our success. We owe you a lot. We probably wouldn't be here where we are if not for you. PC-88 typewriter. Yeah, one mistake and you're rewriting the entire thing, yeah. Basically. It actually taught me to speed type properly though, so... You had one too, did you? Yeah, they're pretty expensive. No, Clay Lancer sold out, has it? Yeah, not surprising. I'm glad to hear that. How about we move to the counter? It's still small and cramped as usual, but we can push some customers away. Of course they'll sell out fast, there's a lot of people after it now. The owner asked some customers to move away and lined up some chairs from the dressing room at the counter. Boy, serve us some scotch. No, not that one, the finest scotch. It's my treat, friends. Bottoms up. It's been a while since we've been here. Jimmy's performing tonight, huh? Guess he's your main performer now. I wouldn't say it's that good, but it's a collector's item and people are always after, like, you know, new releases. I remember when we used to be the main performers here. The pay was so low we'd spend most of it on the ride back home. Hey, amateurs should be grateful to even get a chance to play. And small as it is, getting a pay makes you feel like a professional. Honestly, I'm a beacon of hope for all you whippersnappers. Before long, the customers around the counter were staring at David. Jimmy on stage knew that Alinovision was in the club, and that made him anxious. Once his performance was over, he took the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, we have some special guests. Alinovision is here. Oh god. Customers started murmuring, looking around for David and the band. How about you sing for us, David? It might be the last time Alinovision performs here. Please, they all want to hear you sing. The guests started clapping, clamouring for Alinovision to get on the stage. Yeah, there is a lot of money for official reprints. Again, obviously, it's an easy way for people to get a hold of the copy of the game without paying a stupid amount of money for it. To be honest, I'm not really that arsed about it because I don't really have the Sega Mega Drive to actually play on, so that wouldn't have been really useful to me anyway. But if people are after it and they can play it, then by all means, go for it. It's like it's worth it, I think. I'd rather buy stuff that I can play on. Yeah, legit as well though, so it's nice, I guess. Jimmy, for Pete's sake, I'm sorry it came to this. Could I ask you to sing just one song to please the crowd? Well, you heard him. Are you up for it? I say we owe him this much. Let's do it, David. It'd be like that one time in Italy. I'm pretty tired. I hope I have the energy for it. Never thought our first live in London would be at Marquee. We're lucky David's tired. At his best he'd bring down the whole building. The band went up on the stage. Clapping turned to cheers. That night the lights of the Marquee Club stayed lit until morning. Yeah, they've done another reprint of Clay Lancer. Again, I think it's good for people who didn't manage to get the first one, but the game is getting expensive because it keeps selling out. But I pretty much expect them to do yet another reprint after that because it's fucking printing money at the moment, people are buying it up. After fooling around the entire night at the Marquee Club, the band did not show up for their meeting the next day due to their hangover. David, are you still sleeping? David's voice could be heard faintly from inside the room. Finally, he opened the door. Oh my gosh, you reek of alcohol. Are you hungover? Yes, it is. Yeah, Scalper's dream, basically. Yeah, I haven't been here in London for a long time, so I guess I overdid a little. My head hurts, and let's not talk about my stomach. Nobody came to the meeting, so I'm guessing they were also hungover. Susanna entered the room and opened the window to change the air. The President wants to invite us all to dinner. Do you think you'll be able to go in your condition? I'll be fine. As you can imagine, I skipped dinner and I'm not having lunch, so I should have an appetite by the evening. Remember that you have a concert at Wembley Arena tomorrow, so don't go out after dinner. Oh, Wembley. Nice. Oh, it's, yeah, Easter Island, Moai, yeah. Stonehenge statues are just the big stone things. Unless it's, of course, it was a mistake. Don't worry, I'm not looking forward to another hangover. I'll go straight back to the hotel after dinner. Alright, I'm gonna have a shower now. If this weren't a hotel, I'd ask you to stay for coffee. Constantly drugged and now you're fussing over some alcohol, yeah. How about we take a trip to the countryside after the concert? Just the two of us. I know a nice place. Whoa. It's just a rock. Then again, you could say the Easter Island Moai heads are just rocks as well. Just you and me. I think this might be my best vacation ever. Forgetting his hangover, David kissed Susanna goodbye and entered the bathroom. To fap. Twinkle Tail, I think it's an okay game, but I wouldn't really pay the amount of money that it commands at the moment. I used to have Twinkle Tail actually, but I sold it a long time ago. Sus Anano is a nice sus place here. The sun went down and the neon lights of London's business district turned on. Richard invited David and his friends to have dinner at a Chinese restaurant called Mr. Chow. Mr. Chow. That could be any of the Chinese restaurants in London. Among the lavish furniture of the store, Clark and Vince were also eating. I've been in London for a long time, but this is the first time I've come here. Nice for our client to pay in advance. Yeah, it's a nice game, but I wouldn't pay the amount of money it commands. I mean, I don't think it's that great of a game, to be honest. There's way better on Sega Mega Drive. Yeah, some of them do have bodies, yeah. Most of the time you just see them from the shoulders up. So people just assume it's just the shoulders up. Pretty cool though. Moai heads are quite funny. The report must have been real good because our contract has been extended. I'm sure you're happy about it, Chief. You're definitely grinning a lot when you read the check. Anyway, I brought the wiretap, but I don't think we can place it anywhere in this fancy restaurant. Well, they're not going to talk about anything important anyway. Our president just invited them for dinner. By the way, Chief, who's the client anyway? At this point I'd rather know more about them than about Susanna. Excuse me. I'll be honest, I have no idea. The contract says if we were to look into it, we'd have to pay them back double the investigation fee. I work for money, you know. I think I've seen that meme actually, it's quite funny. Excuse me. The client mentioned they wanted to know more about this Devil King business. Think they were serious? I thought they wanted us to look into the fortune teller, but they said they wanted to know more about the relationship between Susanna and this Devil King. It's possible it's some kind of alias. Oh. That's for me to know and for people to find out. There's no way I can find someone just by their nickname. I guess we'll just have to stick to Susanna as usual. Clark occasionally glanced at David's table while Vince emptied plate after plate, enjoying the fine cuisine. As they were told not to go out during the night, after finishing their meal, the members of Alino Vision returned to their hotel. For chat to find out on Owncast. Too tired from their previous night's escapade and a stomach full of Chinese delicacies, they quickly retreated to their rooms. 2 hours already into this stream, jeez. I didn't think it was that long. David turned off the lights and went to bed. He was feeling somewhat queasy and he couldn't fall asleep. A faint light coming from the window made the white ceiling stand out. David held his hand towards the ceiling and stared at the silhouette again. Then he noticed an aura waver around his hand. The aura persisted even after he lowered his hand. It trembled and swayed, turning into a white dot. Then the vision started. Owncast is a private server that I run to stream PC-88 games and stuff that can't be streamed on Twitch. It usually depends on what I'm streaming, but I usually announce the streams on Discord. So if you're already in Discord, which I believe you are, you might see an announcement for games in the future which will be streamed directly on Owncast itself. Owncast is basically a streaming software that you run from a Docker container, and I run it directly off my computer. And it works pretty well, and plus, considering that it's being run off my computer, I don't have to censor it anymore, which means we can play whatever the fuck we want on it, which is pretty good. But we reserve Owncast streams for games that cannot be streamed on Twitch, like the really lewd stuff. And I think after this, if I can't get Onryo Senki working with Textractor, then we'll be playing Xenon Mugen no Shitai on Owncast pretty soon. Because we'll be playing that. Keep meaning to play that, but yeah, that should hopefully either be the game after or next, depending on what happens with the Onryo Senki. But yeah, if you're not in Discord, make sure you are, because that's where we have all of those streams now. Because if you're already aware, and you probably are, the older channel, the original channel, got banned because of fucking playing that stuff, and some dick reported it. So now we don't play that stuff on Twitch anymore, we play it on a private server, which is personally controlled, and we can just do whatever the fuck we want with it, which is great. The aura persisted even after he lowered his hand. It trembled and swayed, turning into a white dot. Then the vision started. Yeah, I saw you join this morning. Nice. I figured a lot of people would probably be joining the Discord after what happened with the original channel anyway, so I put it in the stream descriptions. We still use Twitch for shmups and not lewd games anyway, so I'll still be streaming off this channel for a variety of different games, but the more risque games are going to be on Owncast from now on, and they will be backed up on a private YouTube alt, but those VODs are going to be available through Discord as well. So if you miss anything, just keep an eye on the highlights channel, because I always post the links to the VODs whenever I'm done streaming through there. So if you miss anything, just keep an eye on there, because you should be able to find the links for that. Anyway, King Hroth, who looked like David, was roaming a wasteland with a large number of people. Everyone, including the king, was weary and dirty. Susanna. My liege, we can't rely on the other countries. No one would welcome us out of fear of retribution from the king of the north. Yeah, you would think that, but the thing is, Amaranth makes a lot of money for Twitch, and I don't, so you can see where the problem is here. Plus, a lot of the issues stem from them and their advertisers and things like that, so they can't allow that kind of content on Twitch. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. But I think the banning kind of was a good thing, because it allowed me to take stock of what was going on with the original channel to begin with, and it kind of made me actually look into solutions to not only run that kind of content of my own accord, but also work out what kind of content I actually want on my various channels. So yeah, it's unfortunate that we've lost so many VODs. I mean, I've lost a shit ton of Shmups VODs and all the Jongs VODs and some of the PC-98 games that we've played as well. But for the most part, they're just VODs. And, you know, I think more importantly, the stuff that came out of those VODs, like the documentation spreadsheets that we've got working that we're working on at the moment. I think to me they're more important than the VODs themselves, because VODs are VODs. You know what I mean? At some point in the future, I might get the channel back. That's assuming that I can even appeal anymore, because at the moment I can't. Because they've basically disabled my ability to appeal the ban now. But if in the future I can re-appeal and it gets I get like in some like really weird possible way I might get my account back, then those VODs are probably still going to be there, because what happens is they actually disable the VODs rather than deleting them. But we'll see what happens. Anyway. The other kings were supposed to be our allies, and yet they point their spears at our starving people. Drove us away. How could this be? They were allies only when it was convenient for them. We must leave their domain and find a new land to call our own. Even if such a land existed, it would be impossible for me to lead our people there. I've always followed God's command, and I even used the forbidden arts to help everyone. But he cast me off to hell alongside my subjects. He chose the King of the North, forsaking us. He left me no choice. I must become the Devil King and use the forbidden arts to fight God. Susanna, I will become the Devil King and fight God. As long as my blood persists, I will resurrect as the Devil King and sever the blood of the northern tribes. I thus swear upon the Star of Darkness, no matter how many centuries, how many millennia it takes. When the Star of Darkness shines once more, the Devil King shall rise from the blood and exact his vengeance upon the northern tribes. Susanna, be the eternal recipient of my blood. Important British history here, yes. King Hroth swore revenge upon the Star of Darkness. Lord Hroth, your grudge will forever flow within my veins. As long as this planet exists, your bloodline will never be extinguished. That was when David's lost focus and the vision vanished. David was so enthralled by this vision of Hroth that he almost forgotten to breathe. He gripped his chest, gasping for air. In a hurry, he took out the medicine Susanna gave him, swallowing the pills without even a drop of water. All of his exhaustion flooded back at once. He felt himself fall into darkness, unsure as to whether he was falling asleep or dying. Got the hiccups, God. When he woke up the next day, David was feeling great, as if he had never been tired the previous night. Alan and Martin were working on the new song at their label studio, while Andrew was out with a friend. Susanna came by to visit David. Now that we're back in London, the people from the office are helping me out, so things are way easier. Had another dream last night. King Hroth was roaming a wasteland with his people after being chased away from a neighbouring country. Must have been the fault of the King of the North. This is something that happens even now, where a stronger country will oppress a weaker one. King Hroth claimed that God had abandoned him in favour of the King of the North, and so he made an oath upon the Star of Darkness that he would become the Devil King and sever the blood of the northern tribes. What's this Star of Darkness? I have no idea. In my vision, King Hroth asked Susanna to inherit his blood, so that one day he'd get revenge upon the King of the North, no matter how many years it would take. No mater. Yeah, there's a spelling mistake there, I noticed. So this version of Susanna would carry on the legacy of King Hroth, who looks just like you. I'm sure she must have loved him. That's where my vision stopped. You know how I've been having nightmares? I feel like these visions have solved their mystery. If what I've seen are real events of the past, then I may have inherited the blood of King Hroth. But you're no Devil King, and there's no King of the North in our world. Even if King Hroth was one of your ancestors, it would be from countless generations ago. His power must be gone. Maybe you're right. I don't have powers that would make me a Devil King. Best I can do is have fancy dreams. Yeah, don't worry about it anymore, or it might affect tonight's concert. Speaking of which, it's getting late. I have to go. See you at the venue. Any version of Susanna will still be sus, yeah. After Susanna left, David tried to recall his nightmare, but he could only remember some vague fragments. As he was starting to develop a headache, he decided to stop thinking about it. That's called schizophrenia, David. David entered the lobby and had a cup of coffee to pass the time. Elena Vision was going to perform at the Royal Albert Hall. Seats were already sold out for 2 days. Though there were no tickets for sale that day, there were a lot of fans gathered at the square. Though they were playing at Wembley. Or was that some other concert? When the concert started, nobody left the square, listening to Elena Vision tapes with their earphones. They may not have been able to get a seat, but they still wanted to stay close to the stage and feel the heat of the band. Even without hearing the actual performance, they were all sharing the same purpose, silently receiving their energy. However, it was nothing like the tremendous excitement currently happening inside the concert hall. On top of the stage, David was singing with his usual energy. The crowd was shouting so loudly that the walls themselves were shaking. It felt as if the building itself could explode at any moment. David's energy excited the audience, and the audience excitement increased David's energy. They had already far surpassed most limits, and yet no accidents occurred. Critics would comment on the concert as such. Elena Vision fills their audience with both excitement and reason, putting them in a state that could only be called orderly euphoria. It is no longer simply music, but something more. It is a religion. We've developed our own cult. Next to Susanna, President Richard started trembling with fear when he saw the frenzied crowd, but then he was glad to see that his band was able to keep the situation under control. Yeah, basically. When the concert was over, Richard welcomed David and the others with a sense of relief. As they returned to their dressing rooms, Richard couldn't help but praise them enthusiastically. You've been away only for a short period, but you've improved so much, David. Same goes for the rest of you, you were amazing. Seriously, what happened? I'd say it's all thanks to our fans overseas. They were so enthusiastic about us that we had to improve to match their expectations. Yeah, improve and get them to tear off their faces. We had to become one with the audience. I've seen the way they get agitated, but somehow you're able to use music to keep them under control. In all my years in this business, I've never seen anything like it. Come to think of it, there sure is a lot of people outside the venue. Are you sure we've got enough security? I'm doubling security for your next concert. Don't worry, we'll drive them away so they won't bother you. No, don't have them driven away. I feel like that's going to make the situation worse. Nothing happened tonight, so let's just ignore them. I think we should have our next concert at the same place for an entire week, so that everyone can listen to it. Plus, they'll make more money for you. Yeah, that's a good idea. That was actually my plan, but I couldn't make the reservation this time. Oh, shame. At that moment, Susanna came in. Rather than focusing on making money, we should consider making a world tour. Anyway, time to leave. There's a car waiting in the back. Leaving from the back of the venue, the band took a car and returned to their hotel. After celebrating with a round of beers, they went to their rooms to recover from the concert. The sus car, yes. Very sus car. The next day, David and the others were inside their label's studio, putting the final touches on their new song. The newspapers reported that they would introduce their song at their latest concert the following day, so they were all practicing in earnest. In the earnest, yeah, that's bad grammar. Susanna left the hotel to make the preparations for the closing party. However, she was currently strolling like a tourist by the Thames, under the watchful eye of the Tower of London. Third eye? Nah. As well as those of Clark and Vince, who were also walking a short distance away. I think Susanna's waiting for someone. No shit. Why else would she come all the way here? Whoever they were, they're not here yet. Yeah, the mobile app has quite a lot of delay. The chat should be fine, but the video is usually delayed by at least 15 to 30 seconds. Did the other party get the time wrong? It's been almost 1 hour. Right then, Clark's pager rang. I've got to find a phone. The client sent me some weird stuff. Sometimes I feel like I'm a dog on their leash. I'll go make this call. Stay here and keep an eye on it. If anything happens, call me on the walkie-talkie. Clark left, running towards a sightseeing ship terminal. After a while, he returned. Well, where's Susanna's mysterious date? What did the client tell? Well, hold on. Susanna's walking to the taxicab stand. I'll get the car. Oof. Oh, they're at Trafalgar Square, by the look of it? Yeah, because that's the mall. As Vince came back with the car and Clark jumped in, Susanna's cab started moving. Parking a car in the taxi parking lot was the right call. Looks like the cab's going back to the hotel. Did she really just go out for a walk? There we go. The cab stopped in front of the hotel. Susanna got off and went directly inside. There she goes. Stakeout ends here today. Let's go back to the office. Dun, 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 dun. This is about that phone call, right? What did they tell you? They want me to look into that ring David's wearing. I want to look through all the photos we took of him in Europe. Maybe we can figure something out. Yeah, the mobile app is like super delayed. I mean, I usually just use it for chat, because chat at least is up to date. The video is usually delayed by at least 15 seconds, if not more. And I use iOS, and iOS is usually quite good for that. But the app is pretty delayed, yeah. That's pretty much why I have a smart TV. I've got a Google TV with Chromecast plugged into the TV downstairs, so when I'm actually just chilling, I usually watch streams on that. For the most part, the streams are not too delayed. They're about 4 or 5 seconds on Chromecast. They used to be worse than that, actually, but the new one is actually pretty good. The current version of Chromecast is pretty good. I like that little dongle, actually. It's quite useful. So David's part of the big Susanna mystery. That's what we're going to find out. Clark and Vince quickly returned to their detective agency. Clark and Vince. Back at the office, they gathered every picture of David they took, examining the ring through a magnifying glass. The client must have noticed the ring during the broadcast of last night's concert on TV. I wish they told us what they knew about it, though. The ring's a mystery, the Devil King's a mystery, whatever they want to know about Susanna's a mystery. I feel like we're getting involved in something nasty. I've been mainly taking photos of David's face. I'm not sure we have any close-ups of his hand. What's up, Trap? You've missed about 2¼ hours. We're back in London, though. So you haven't missed the good stuff yet. I think I got it. The ring he wore during the concert in Germany is not the same he was wearing in France and Italy. Hey, you're right. This one has some kind of coat of arms on it. The one he was wearing before had an angular design. The photos from last night's concert haven't been developed yet. Yeah, you missed all of Germany. Then get to it, and have them enlarge the photos that show the ring. Give them a nice trip to make them hurry. Out of curiosity, Trap, do you know that the poker game in they did the letter. Actually haven't seen the letter happen yet. I haven't seen the letter happen yet. All I know is there was an interesting branch where we were asked if we wanted to take the pills or not before we went to pick up, I think it's Andrew from the poker game. And then there was another one where we had the option to either not play the game or play the game. And that was pretty interesting. I don't think that was a branch though, but but I haven't actually seen anything with the letter yet. So it might be coming up soon. Because the only other branch with the letter was, like, I think in Italy, I believe it was. Yeah, Vince took a film out of the camera and left the room. Clark took his copy of the report he sent the client and read it again, taking notes as he went. Yeah, it's been pretty interesting so far though. Then he put a tape in his recorder and started listening intently. After a while, Clark was brewing tea, smiling as he hummed David's song. King Clark. 2 hours later, Vince came back. Good work, I made tea. Why don't you have a cup? You made tea, Chief. That's a new one. I noticed you're smiling. Did you figure something out? The mystery of the rings definitely related to David. Remember that conversation between Susanna and Gockel we intercepted in Hamelin? Yeah, it was that time I had to eat fish. I hate fish. I'd never forget that. That time Gockel gave Susanna something. While we couldn't see it, I'm convinced it was the ring David's wearing now. They were also talking about the Devil King and the blood of the betrayer. I've listened to the tape again, and my gut tells me the Devil King they talked about is David. Of course, they'd never say that outright, but I'm onto something. I think I'm onto something. Well, I definitely never heard anyone refer to David with that kind of nickname, but let's say you're right. What would it mean? It means we send these photos and the tape to the client. Maybe this will lead us to something. Considering the money they're willing to shell out, this case must be bigger than it seems. Clark was talking to Vince as if he was expecting something to happen. Yum, 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 yum. The following day, President Richard gathered the band in the hotel's meeting room to discuss their future plans. So here's the thing, we've received a flood of pre-orders for your next song, even though we haven't announced a release yet. You wouldn't think it was mentioned in the newspaper only yesterday. At any rate, we must figure something out for the recording. Yeah, basically. Fucking David in France, just taking taxis to virtually every place he can think of. Tons of money to burn, yeah. How about we record tonight's live? We'll just have to cut the part with the new song and BAM! Live version. That's a pretty good idea, Andrew. A live version would definitely be quick to release, though I don't think it would convey the right feeling of the song. What do you think, Martin? Well, it's already all over the press, so there's no time for a studio recording. I say we go for the live version and record a studio version once the holidays are over. Yeah, I like that. I always wanted to record multiple versions of it anyway. Starting with a live version is definitely unique. Releasing a live version first, it could work considering how good David is now. Okay, that settles it. Yeah, basically, yeah. Everyone's swimming in money. Then we'll have to give tonight's concert some extra oomph. I want Martin's new song to be memorable. Don't go overboard with the oomph, David. If the crowd gets too crazy, we won't be able to get a good recording. That's the idea? She's right, you know. I don't want it to just be a bonus track because there's too many screams to be serviceable. You can stay at the hotel after the concert. All expenses are already covered. Nice! I'll go back to my room and figure out how I can spend my holiday. See you tomorrow night. Each member of the band was renting rooms in different apartments in the city. They decided to leave the hotel the following day and return to their own homes. I'll go back to my room and figure out... Yeah, you said that one already. You live in London, so you should be fine, but what about your holiday, Susanna? I was thinking of leaving the city and relaxing in the countryside for a while. Sounds good. Meanwhile, I won't be able to rest at all thanks to you guys. In fact, I'd better get going. See you tonight. Yeah, I'm using the exact pack that they have on the translation page, the quick start one with the emulator, because I couldn't get it to work initially, so I just used the pack that they provided. If it's got the same issues that you have, then that's good to know, I think. President Richard and Susanna left. David and the others decided to go to the lobby for a cup of coffee. The country's sus. The sun was setting. The last concert of the European tour would be held at the Royal Albert Hall. Weren't they supposed to be doing it live in fucking Wembley Arena or something? Or is that the one coming afterwards? Outside, the venue was surrounded by a number of fans, a record number of fans. Holy shit. Shit's getting loud! Inside the hall, the crowd's cheers turned to screams more and more, with each song. Once again, it was a frenzy. David held out his hand to the audience to calm it down. Yeah, I mean, I'm quite glad that they actually provided a working emulator and all of the stuff required for it, because I could not get it to work. I think it was having issues writing to the discs or something when I was trying it initially. But then I think when I was reading their information page, they were using higher density discs or something, so I think I might have had the wrong size discs, wrong size disc images for it or something. I don't know, but thankfully they actually had something that works, so that's good to know. This is what you've all been waiting for, our newest song, written by Martin during our tour of Europe, Prayers. Do we get a music video? Get another music video, please. The crowd erupted in cheers. Andrew started clapping slowly, and the intro of the song began to play. There was a calm, quiet flow. For a moment, it was as if the venue had been submerged underwater. Martin's sampler played some light drums which merged with Alan's ambient synth, excuse me, echoing throughout the hall. Hiccups. David took the microphone and let the rhythm enter his body. The audience started clapping slowly, following the beat set by Andrew. Once Alan backed them up with the piano, the audience went wild. David started singing with every ounce of energy he had in his body. Whoa, that's dangerous. The band was surprised at how well their song was being received, pleased that they were being appreciated even with such a different image. The crowd, or rather everyone in the venue, started dancing, as in a frenzy. Once David finished singing, the audience went silent. Not a single clap could be heard. It's over. As if they'd been released from some sort of hypnosis, they started clapping and cheering. Martin was delighted, waving his hands to the crowd. After giving their encore, the curtains lowered on Alina Vision's tour of Europe. Once the frenzy had passed, the staff thought it was a miracle that no incidents had happened, some even making the sign of the cross on their chest. Yeah, after what's been happening in Europe, I'm not surprised. After the concert, the band got ready for the closing party that President Richard had been preparing. It was usually a small, intimate event, but not this time. David and the others returned to the hotel, changed their clothes, and entered the party hall on the 3rd floor. They were greeted by politicians, businessmen, and members of the press. President Richard told them he had a hard time narrowing down the guests. Once the party was in full swing, the front desk clerk approached David with a sealed letter. Oh, here it is! He opened the envelope and read its contents. I have precise information about the Devil King. Come to Cafe Alice between Westminster Bridge and Westminster Abbey. Tomorrow at noon, alone. Don't tell anyone. David read the letter over and over. He felt the blood drain from his face. How could anyone else know about the Devil King? About his nightmares? The party ended after 2 AM. Still tired from the concert, the band returned to their personal rooms. With the protagonists gone, the guests began to leave as well. I think I need to make a save as soon as possible. I can't save it now though, right? Well, I guess it probably does a CD read on the next bit, so as soon as I get the chance to save it, I'm gonna... Oh. Yeah, I was thinking of that, actually. I just wanted to make sure that it didn't actually dump me straight into the question and I had a chance to save it beforehand, but if I can do it there, then that should be alright. Just need to remember to save it on a save slot that is different to ones I've been using at the moment. Because I do want to return to this branch at some point. Oy. Right, still reading. Could be interesting. I don't know how much of the game is left. Might have to go into a 3rd day, I guess. Once the party was over, Susanna visited David in his room. I could probably save it here, actually. Phew, I'm so tired. That was a bigger party than I expected. Well, I'm leaving for my holiday tomorrow. This reminds me, when are you going back to your apartment? I'll help you clean up. Yeah, I'm gonna drop a save just on the usual save slot here, and I'll save it the question on the proper save slot afterwards. I'm getting out of bed late, so probably in the evening. You'd better steel yourself though. I didn't tidy it one bit, so it's as messy as it was before we left for the tour. That bad, eh? Lucky for you, I enjoy cleaning. I'll bring some fresh ingredients, so we can have dinner in your room instead of eating out. Check this guy banging the manager. You gonna cook for me? I look forward to that. I'm not sure I'll be even able to fall asleep now. But you have to. You'll have nightmares again if you don't rest properly. David considered telling Susanna about the letter he received, but the sender said not to tell anyone. Save! Right, yeah, right, this is getting put on this save slot with the sunglasses. Yeah, because I've actually bound the num key to certain parts of my VTuber avatar, and now it's actually used for save slots. I'll actually accidentally be triggering certain bits and pieces. Right, so the question here is, what do we do about this? I'm thinking maybe telling Susanna about it first to see what happens. Because I don't think it's a good idea to see the mysterious person alone. But yeah, I believe this is the first major branch of the game as well. Yeah, let's just go with telling Susanna about it first, because we can always return to this in the future. Oh, you told Susanna in your playthrough. Okay, we'll do this then, because I haven't actually seen what happens here. I'm kind of curious to see what happens then, because I know I watched your playthrough, but I didn't know you had actually told Susanna about it, because I wasn't really paying attention for half of it, because I was working at the time. But if you told her about it, then we should probably see what happens when we don't tell her about it. Plus, we've got the save, so we can come back to this anytime. I'll be fine tonight. I'm so tired I'll probably fall into a deep sleep as soon as I close my eyes. That's good. Now that you mention it, I'm getting sleepy myself, so I'll be leaving. Have a good night, David. Good night. I hope to see you in my dreams tonight. Dirty bugger. Susanna left the room. David laid down on the bed and fell asleep immediately. Right. So that's reading immediately from this, is it? Yeah, so this point I've not actually seen at all. Because in Trap's playthrough, he actually told Susanna about the letter. So I'm hoping this has actually got some slightly different events. Should be very interesting. Also, I need to remember not to save it on numkey 7, because that's the actual save for that. Then put it on numkey 8 after this. Yeah, he's not taking any drugs at the moment, which is interesting. I don't think he has like as much problems now, though. Now that he's like starting to come around to the fact that he might be the Devil King. Yeah, I'm hoping this is going to be a substantial branch. So we'll see what happens. Be very interesting anyway, like, because if this has got some different events, this is all going to be new for me and for you as well, I'm assuming. It's reading a lot from the disc at the moment. So I need to watch out for very specific branches like that coming up as well, because I've got the feeling that there might be more of those turning up. Oh, I hope so. Yes, it was, yeah. What's it, bro? You've missed like 2.5 hours, but we're starting the a different branch to the one that Trap went in and his playthrough. Worried about the letter, David woke up early the following morning. After tidying up his room, he took a cab to Cafe Alice. The cab driver knew the place, so he reached his destination 20 minutes before the noon. A broy. Yeah. Yeah, I didn't tell her about the letter. David hadn't had breakfast, so he decided to have lunch. After finishing his meal, he looked at his watch while sipping his coffee. It was 11:55. David looked around the restaurant, but he did not see anyone that could be the sender of that letter. When the Big Ben rang midday, a man approached David's table. He was a man in his 30s. When David glanced at his wrinkled suit, he thought that he might not have been an upstanding citizen. Forgive me for bothering you while you're so busy. My name is Connors. I'm the man who sent you that letter. Connors handed him his business card and took a seat. The business card read, Nick Connors, reporter for the weekly gossip magazine Flash. I'm a celebrity reporter, but I like to think I'm a bit of a detective. Get to the point. How does a reporter from Flash know about the Devil King? If you're just here to write some crappy article, I'm leaving. Please wait. You came here because of the letter, right? I was told about the Devil King by someone. This could be the scoop of the year if I can write about it. My dreams, a scoop? I don't know anything about the Devil King myself. Are you going to peek into my dreams or something? So he appears in your dreams. I didn't know that. The information I was sent seemed like a cult fiction. I wasn't sure what to do with it, but I'm starting to think it might have been all true. So you didn't know about my dreams. What kind of information do you have? Tell me. If it's not made up, you can write your article about it. I wasn't sure what to make of it, that's why I wanted to confirm your side of the story. A certain person contacted me for an interview. I'm unable to disclose their identity, but I will say that they're in no position to lie. This person told me about how the Devil King was possessing you, using his powers to plant the seed of evil in your audience. He said that your audience, under the influence of that demon, would then commit murder, lose their mind and die shortly after. It may as well be that your consciousness is strong enough to keep the Devil King's power under control, but when the Star of Darkness from the edge of the universe approaches the Earth, your consciousness will be replaced by that of the Devil King, and something terrible will happen. They said that the Star of Darkness will reach us in 12 days. They wanted to reveal this information themselves, but they feared your fans would take it as a personal attack against you. That's why they contacted me. If I publish this article and nothing happens in 12 days, I'd lose my place in the entertainment business. But this person is a big deal. They have too much to lose. Are you for real? You called me here to dump this load of crap on me? I have no words to express my disgust. Bah! If you want to write about it, go ahead, I don't care. I hope your editor's a horror fan, or he sure won't be happy when he reads your article. You've got balls to call yourself a reporter. Please don't misunderstand. I'm not trying to ruin your reputation here. I'm actually a fan of yours. A person said that publishing this article would save your life. They also said that you should keep your distance from your manager, Susanna. They said she's a dark sorceress who wants to turn you into the Devil King. It seems she's used a sorcery to cause the accident that killed Miss Claire, your former manager, in order to approach you. Does that ring any bells? This conversation is over. Yeah, right. I'm the Devil King, Susanna's a sorceress. What's next? Alan's a werewolf? Maybe Andrew's a vampire. Come on, you're not going to tell me Martin's a demon. I'm only trying to get as much information as I can. Like that person asked me to. I'll contact you again once I've written my article. Yeah. I think you should contact a good shrink first. Get some help. I'm leaving. And like some people, I'm actually busy. David was upset for having wasted his time. If he told Susanna about this, she'd probably storm into Flash's office and give him a piece of her mind. Okay. When he returned to his room, he found Susanna waiting for him inside. David, where have you been? I came to help you tidy up the room, but it looks like you're already done. I got up early, so I went out for lunch. No point in staying here. Let's go to my apartment. And bang. Finally, we've been staying in hotels for so long. I've never been to your apartment. This is exciting. Yeah, we'll bang, okay? I mean, they've been doing it for the past, what, few weeks during the trip? The excitement will die down the moment you look around my room. I haven't cleaned up in ages. This is all the luggage I have. Let's go. A good old bang with pills, yeah. That's Viagra they've been feeding him, isn't it? After checking out at the front desk, they took a cab to David's apartment. Wow, is that what you live in? When she entered David's flat, Susanna shrieked in panic, rushing to open the window. Dirty dishes were piled up in the sink. You could barely see the living room table under the empty bottles and cans. What a dump. I can finally breathe. I must clean this up. Where do I even start? For now, let's make some space for you to sit down. Susanna started tidying up the apartment, at times shrieking, but she seemed to be enjoying herself. Once she was done, she went to a nearby supermarket to get what she needed to make dinner. What a dump you live in. David thought back to what Connors told him. I never told anyone about my dreams. How could anyone know about the Devil King? It's all so absurd. Too absurd to be some kind of harassment. I should talk to Susanna about this. David could not talk about it with anyone else. Susanna knew about his nightmare. She would listen to him seriously. Susanna came back with a big bag of groceries. David wanted to bring up the subject, but Susanna was happily humming while cooking. He did not want to spoil the mood. Yeah, they didn't hide any of the references, but I think it's pretty cool that way. It kind of puts you in the moment, I think, as well. Because you can sort of imagine this kind of shit happening. Susanna chatted with David while cooking. I can only make something simple with this little time, but don't let that fool you. This is professional chef level. Can't wait. I've never smelled something so delicious in my room before. I've always either ordered takeout or eaten out. My kitchen never saw much use. Bachelor pad, then, innit, basically. Susanna placed the dishes on the table. You can't even tell what it is. It looks like soup and a lobster. That's all I can see. Soup, lobster, and what sort of looks like mussels, but it could just be a bit of salad. It's ready, come sit at the table. The table was laden with several different dishes. David whistled at the sight. As you can see, I'm pretty good at cleaning and cooking. Now eat it before it gets cold. It's delicious. Forget restaurants. This is the good stuff. That's it. I'm only eating your cooking during our vacation. Gonna make you my wife. Oh, you're just flattering me. There aren't any restaurants in the countryside, so you'd be stuck with my cooking anyway. We never set a date for the trip. When do you want to leave? How about tomorrow? 2 weeks in the countryside would be boring. I say we spend some time in your apartment and just leave in your car whenever we feel like it. How about we just bang for the rest of the 2 weeks? Yeah, if we're going to Haworth, it's more convenient to drive there. Besides, I like the idea of going on a road trip without a set goal. David and Susanna were enjoying themselves, eating and chatting about their plans for their vacation. It's all about the ice cream, hell yeah. Excuse me. After drinking a beer, David started feeling tired. He had woken up earlier than usual that day to meet the reporter, and he was not used to it. I think I'm gonna lie down for a while. After all this talking, one beer is enough to knock me out. You don't usually get drunk like this. Well, I'll tidy up here and go home. Home? Huh? You're leaving? Oh, don't do that. I thought we were gonna spend all of our time together. I'd like to stay with you too, but this is your apartment. What if someone finds out? It'd be all over the media. I don't want to be a bother. Fuck the media. Univision will keep going even if we're together. If this is enough to worry you, how would we ever get married? Smooth. Get married? Yes, I've been thinking about it for a long time. Susanna, will you marry me? I often dream about becoming your wife. You're so famous, I was thinking about giving up. Yes, David, I will. I will be the wife you want me to be. There you go, son. Get in there. Susanna jumped in David's arms and kissed him. They entered the bedroom together and had coital. Oh, isn't that sweet? Oh, you've been doing reverse image search, have you? Yeah, that kind of works as well. You can probably find a lot of this stuff. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were inside their car, parked outside David's apartment. Yeah, it's wholesome for now. Oh, it's really different, is it? Nice. That's pretty good then. And thus the Devil Prince was born. Yeah, it's wholesome for now. Meanwhile, Clark and Vince were inside their car, parked outside David's apartment. I don't think she's coming out. Did you know they were an item, Chief? Nope, I'm as surprised as you are. You got any pics of our lovebirds entering the apartment together? Kurumuk, thanks for the follow. Once our contract's over, we could sell him to some gossip magazine. This shit is gold. No way, Chief. I feel bad about it. Anyway, how about we leave? The lights are off. I don't think she's coming out. David and Susanna. Apparently Susanna's mother was a dark sorceress, particularly famous among fortune tellers. It also seems Susanna herself dabs in fortune telling. Dabs. That should be dabbles, right? Don't think we'd be dabbing in 1990. PP Paco, what's up? Good evening. How you doing? How's everyone doing tonight anyway? It's what, we're 2 hours 45 minutes into this, and I think we've still got quite a fair bit of playthrough left to go as well. Yeah, BHO was not invented yet. Yeah, it wasn't called a dab back then. A game ahead of its time. You've missed a fair bit actually, yeah. But we're getting into the interesting stuff now. I think we've just hit the first major branch. And we're taking a slightly different route to what Trap was playing in his playthrough. So this is actually apparently all new, or very different already, so this is going to be interesting. Because I haven't seen what's going on either, this is all new to me as well. Now that you mention it, all the people she's met during the tour had something to do with divination, and there's that ring that has our client so worked up about. David has no special interest in fortune telling, but he does like that ring. It wouldn't surprise me if our client was connected to that stuff, considering how concerned they are about it. Maybe you should get one of your colleagues to look into our client. They probably have some kind of connection to Susanna we don't know about. We're supposed to keep an eye on our lovebirds during their vacation. Investigating our client before we're done would be a breach of contract. With that said, I could make a few calls. I feel like we're getting involved in some creepy occult stuff here. Honestly, Chief, I'd rather back off before we're in over our heads. Yeah, I get you. If they offered to extend the contract, I'm gonna refuse. Well, she ain't coming out. Stakeout's over. Let's go. Clark and Vince's car pulled away from David's apartment. I mean, she was basically with the band for what, a couple of weeks, and he already wants to marry her, which is kind of hilarious. It's a pretty short notice. David and Susanna were sleeping together, hugging each other. Then David heard a voice calling out to him. He sat up on the bed, looking around the room. There was no one else except Susanna, who was sleeping. David focused his senses, trying to find the source of the voice. Someone's calling me. There's no one else here, but I can hear it. Who could it be? And they just never mentioned the original manager ever again, yeah. No, actually they did mention Claire earlier, but I think it's very... I don't think they actually talk about her that much now. Yeah, exactly. Oh dear. Yeah, you get some weird creepers nowadays, though. Poor Claire, though, looking for funeral and then forgotten about immediately. Although it might be the fact that actually no, I think this European tour was like definitely a couple of weeks ago. Ooh, good, holy shit, David, that's a good face. That's a great face. Oh, dude. And here, breaking hearts. David. David. Who are you? Show yourself! I am King Hroth. I swore upon the Star of Darkness that I would return as the Devil King. Now that the Star of Darkness approaches the earth, my blood begs for my resurrection. The voice sounded so clear that David looked around the room once again. No one but him and Susanna were there. David, by laying your eyes on the blood of the northern tribes, my blood, flowing within your veins shall awaken, and the power of the Devil King will be manifest. You must use that power to sever the blood of the King of the North. Yeah, breaking hearts by day, breaking retro games by night. Oh dear. Yeah, this is repeating. King of the North. The North. Are you saying I'm a descendant of the Devil King? Well, I refuse. I don't need the power of the Devil King. I'm fine the way I am. That will not do. The King of the North will hunt you down and kill you in order to sever the bloodline of the Devil King. You cannot withdraw, for the fated battle has already begun. So you're behind the nightmares, the visions I've been having. I'm not going to become a murderer for the sake of a grudge from a long time past. The power of the Devil King is already manifesting itself in you due to the influence of the Star of Darkness. You have no other choice, David. You must follow your destiny. What do you mean the power is manifesting in me? You're insane! I know nothing about this Devil King business. Nothing! Susanna was awakened by David's outburst. David, what's wrong? Who are you talking to? The voice brought him back to his senses. He could no longer hear the voice of King Hroth. You're sweating like crazy. Did you have a nightmare? It was neither a nightmare nor a vision. It was King Hroth. I heard his voice. He told me I've inherited the blood of the Devil King, and that I'm manifesting his power because the Star of Darkness is near. The Northern Territories is pretty much anything above Birmingham. Basically. Although if you speak to anyone in London, the Northern Territories are anything above London. King Hroth, you say? I didn't hear anyone. And he said you're the one of his descendants. He said that I must lay my eyes on the blood of the Northern tribes, awaken as the Devil King, and sever the blood of the King of the North. I don't know who that is, but he must be a man. I'm not a murderer. Star of Darkness. That's the star upon which King Hroth swore to return as a Devil King. Did he say anything about where to find the King of the North? Yeah, basically anything outside of London is a wasteland. No, nothing about it. He only said that because I've already manifested the power of the Devil King. The Northern tribes will come to kill me. Maybe we should cancel our trip. Why? Do you think it might actually be true? There's something I haven't told you. The reason I woke up early this morning was to meet someone, to talk about the Devil King. David told her about the letter he received and his meeting with Connors. He took care not to mention his accusations regarding Susanna. His story sounded like a load of crap at first, but only the two of us should know about the Devil King or the Star of Darkness. How's that possible? We don't know who this mystery person Connors talked to is. Other than that, he's someone important. What will they have to gain from tricking you? Could he be the King of the North? The King of the North? Yeah. He would know about the Devil King and the Star of Darkness. I want to see him in person. If he does work for that weekly magazine, he might have an impact on our future concerts. I'd like to know who we're dealing with. Damn it, just when I thought I was free from my nightmares, now I'm haunted by the ghost of King Hroth. Some vacation this is gonna be. It's Hroth time! I used to think they were just nightmares, but after what King Hroth's told you, I'm starting to think there might be premonitions. I'm gonna look into this King of the North. King of the North! The North! Anything above Birmingham. David and Susanna continued to talk until dawn. They only got up from bed in the early afternoon, after banging. Bang the night away. Susanna called the officers a flash. As luck would have it, Connors himself picked up. They agreed to meet up at Cafe Alice. When David and Susanna entered Cafe Alice, they found Connor sitting at a table. While they took a seat, Clark and Vince followed them inside and sat at a nearby table. You would think they would have noticed them following them by now, right? As there were not many customers, it was difficult for the detectives to eavesdrop on the conversation inconspicuously. The dang tablecloth makes it impossible to stick a bug. We'll have to use the directional mic, Chief. Too much noise to hear anything clearly, but we'll have to make do. Take a pic of the guy before he notices us. I feel like I've seen him before. He's definitely not a detective. Their table's against the wall. Between that and the music, I can barely catch anything. Oh, here's something, Chief. Sounds like he's one Connors, reporter from a gossip magazine called Flash. Alright, Shrapnel, I'll catch you later. Have a good night, dude. Thank you for watching. He doesn't ring any bells. What? Devil King? David is the Devil King? And his songs will cause people to lose their minds and kill people? Well, sounds like someone lost his mind already. Susanna's pissed. He doesn't want him to publish this crap, but he says he's serious. I guess fame attracts all sorts of loonies. So she wants to know his source, but he won't tell. I wonder, why would she care about a source? It's as if she actually believes it. It's gotta be because he mentioned the Devil King. Also, apparently he mentioned stuff he only ever saw in his dreams. Here's what I think. This guy wants to make a lot of cash. She took out a tape recorder from her purse. Ah, she's got evidence of their conversation. Look at his face. This isn't the time to be impressed, Chief. Susanna and David are leaving. Keep tabs on her. I don't think she's going to go anywhere special today, but you never know. I'm going to tail this Connors guy. Something smells off about him. Drink. That's better. Right. Vince followed David and Susanna outside. Meanwhile, Clark stood up calmly, paid his bill, and went outside, waiting for Connors to leave the cafe. 3 hours in. I think we've still got loads of gameplay left to go, though. Judging by where we are currently. That night, Connors made a phone call to David's apartment. Connors? Wait, what the hell was that? Once she learned who it was, Susanna answered the phone on David's behalf. Ah, Miss Susanna. I originally contacted Mr. David because, as his fan, I wanted to confirm some details with him in person. I never thought you'd end up threatening to sue. After our conversation, I contacted that person and they said they wanted to meet the two of you. What should I tell them? Would you tell us the name and occupation of this mysterious person? I don't like meeting someone I know nothing of. Confidential information. Technically will? No, I haven't done that yet. It's familiar, but I don't think I've played that yet. I'm afraid you'll have to find out once you see them. Besides, I'll be coming as well. You have nothing to worry about. Alright then. Tell me where and when. They're going to tell us the day of the meeting. I'm supposed to pick you up at 9 and follow instructions. They're always busy, so they can't really arrange a meeting that easily. Ah, so it's a big shot then. Isn't that strange? They want to meet us but won't even tell us where? Very sketchy. I'm inclined to agree, but they said there's no point in telling us more unless you're sure about meeting them. So, what'll it be? Hold on, I can't make the choice for David. David wanted to know more about the Devil King, so he let Susanna know he agreed. We're going. You better not be trying anything strange or we're going to sue the hell out of you and your mystery friend. Are we clear? Flipped portrait immediately. Susanna put down the receiver. She looked worried. If this person is a descendant of the King of the North, we'd be walking right into a trap. This could all be one big setup. We'll never learn anything if we keep doubting them. I'm not convinced I'm a descendant of the Devil King myself. Even if they're the King of the North, they won't kill us on the spot. 2 Susannas. But you heard what King Hroth said. I wish we had a gun. We'll have to make do with a knife. If the blood of the Devil King really flows in my veins, then that power will protect me if we're in danger. I've been having nightmares for so long, it's a miracle I haven't lost my mind. I need something to go on. Knife? Yes, knifes in the UK. I see your point. If anything happens, I'll be there for you. Any kind of knife is banned anywhere, but people still manage to shank each other, particularly down in London. David and Susanna were convinced that the person they were going to meet was a descendant of the King of the North. Sus Anna. The next morning, Connors came to pick them up. David, however, decided to take his car as a precaution. Connors told them that they would be going to the Red Lion restaurant in Salisbury. The shank capital of Europe, yeah. It's basically awful down there, especially if you're south of the river. Before they left, Susanna said she forgot her purse and rushed back inside. She came back with a purse a few moments later and got into David's car. She's got a knife. Clearly. They took the M3 motorway and then pulled off onto the A30 road for Salisbury. Salisbury is the home of the famous megalith ruins, Stonehenge. Due to its fame, it is common to find sightseeing buses from London. You call that a knife? This is a knife! The 2 cars arrived at the Red Lion restaurant shortly after noon. Excuse me. Connors glanced inside the restaurant and then left to make a phone call. It would appear that there had been some kind of miscommunication. He was talking loudly, almost shouting. After he hung up, he approached David and Susanna. I thought they would be here already, but they're preparing to leave just now. We might as well have lunch. A waiter brought them to a table. I bet he had some urgent business to take care of. They never break their word once they give it, so... What'd they do for a living? We only know he's someone important. I kept thinking about it last night. I could barely sleep. They raised me after I lost my parents. I owe them a debt I can never repay. The least I can do is never break my promise to them. Sorry, I can't say anything. I couldn't believe the story either. That's why I sent that letter to David. Honestly, I didn't think he'd actually show up. I was surprised when David pretty much confirmed what that person told me. He saw the Devil King in his dreams? What if everyone else is true as well? What if everything else is true as well? Sorry. The thought alone gives me the shivers. Jessica Hot Jams, this game is great. This game is a pretty interesting game. It's basically a horror mystery. We're the lead singer of a band that just takes off in popularity, but the lead singer suffers from nightmares, and the nightmares get gradually weirder and weirder. And it's also about 1 kilogram steaks. It's a pretty good game, this, actually. I've been enjoying it a lot. Sal Fanny, what's up? Let me get this straight. Well, it's true the audience can get a bit rowdy during David's concerts. No one actually gets hurt. It's the opposite of what this person says. I'm aware. I am an entertainment reporter after all. I suppose it's a good thing I never published that article in the end. What's that clip about? Too much steak. Because the main channel is dead, it got reported for playing PC-88 games, and that was my 3rd strike, which means the account is dead. So this is now the new channel. Also, alter equals alt, originally. The steak, yeah. Fucking giant steak. 1 kilogram steak. During their lunch, a phone call came for Connors. He left the table to answer it, coming back shortly after. I'm terribly sorry, but it seems their car broke down and they won't be able to make it here right away. They said they might be here this evening. What do you say? Got nothing better to do. Well, we've waited this long, we might as well keep waiting. Let's take a room for the night, Susanna. Yeah, pretty much, PP Paco. That's why this account is now the main one, because the previous one got reported. And I already was on 2 strikes when that happened. Yeah, I got banned during Uno. Again, that's why this account is the new one. And Uno, to be honest, wasn't even that bad, to be honest, because it was a, what, 90-hour game? And it was like, what, 5-10 minutes worth of, 5-10 minutes worth of lewds, which were censored anyway. So, for the most part, someone was probably not very happy about it, but whatever. So like I was saying before, the ban actually at least allowed me to take stock of what I wanted to do with the channel anyway, so we're back. Back on this one as the main channel, and we also have options for playing lewd stuff in the future, because I have actually got Owncast set up, which means I can actually stream PC-88 stuff directly off my PC for people to watch. And that's how we handle it now. Everything gets done on Discord as well. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah, just be aware that the censor might not save you, because some people are pretty shit about that kind of stuff. But yeah, things happened, and here we are. It's not like a ban is going to stop me from doing the things that I enjoy. It's just I have to find a different way to do those things I enjoy. So, yeah. Yeah, shit happens, unfortunately. Like I said, everything is now handled off Discord for that kind of content, whereas this channel is going to be solely for shmups, like non-shmups and non-lewd games, whereas Discord is going to be where all the fun stuff happens. So yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's not possible to actually prepare a censor like immediately. I do have a hotkey for that. Like if I press this button, I have a hotkey that pops up really quickly. Or you can use something like a Stream Deck and have it bound to a specific JPEG scene immediately. But you have to be fast, yeah. Sometimes it just happens immediately and you can't be prepared for it. And sometimes you can actually tell what's going to happen based on the content that's being shown in the game. But shit happens. And unfortunately, someone wasn't happy with it, so whatever. Yeah, don't put a hotkey near keys you commonly use. Yeah, that's why I've actually got I haven't got a Stream Deck, but I've got an app that behaves like a Stream Deck, and you use an app on your PC that hooks into OBS, and you can basically set up a load of hotkeys for stuff like that, which is pretty good. What's up, Gold Mullet? Well, you're just gonna have to miss out on that kind of stuff then, because I announce everything on Discord in terms of streams, lewd or not. And all of the VODs get archived on a private YouTube alt as well, and all that stuff is basically kept in Discord as well. So only people in Discord will have access to all of that stuff. Anyway, right, so... Well, we've waited this long, we might as well keep waiting. Let's take a room for the night, Susanna. Gonna bang for the night! Yeah, I mean, I probably shouldn't put, like, my avatar controls onto numpad, because I use that for a lot of stuff at the moment. Yeah, I mean, Discord is fine. It's not that bad. You can use it through a browser if you have to as well. You don't need to install it to use it. I just went back to the phone booth. Lots of people just showing up now. God. David and Susanna reserved a room at the Cathedral Hotel and then decided to visit Stonehenge. Yeah, the thing is, bro, I don't actually stream into Discord. I actually use Owncast for this. So, I'm not sure if you've heard of it before. Owncast. It's actually a piece of software that runs via a Docker container. And what I do is I use nginx to actually output the localhost URL to the public, well, at least to Discord itself, so that people can actually access it. You are required to have a fast upload speed though, but it works pretty well for what I do because I stream usually to around about 12 to 15 people on Owncast, and it works pretty well in that regard. But I am actually looking into getting an actual proper hosted Discord fucking Docker container, so I can actually stream directly to it and use maybe Restream.io, because you can actually link Restream to Owncast as well, but it needs a unique URL for the RTMP server. So it's actually quite good, the system that I've got set up at the moment, but I am looking at ways to scale it up, just to allow the possibility for more people to watch the stream if possible. But Owncast is nice in that I have full control over what gets output to it. I have full control over the stream itself, and I don't need to censor shit because it's my own server and I can play whatever the fuck I want on it. So yeah. Like I said before, Twitch is nice for stuff like, you know, shmups and things that people do occasionally tend to watch me play, but Owncast is where I'll be playing the more interesting stuff. So like I said, if you're not in Discord, then you're going to miss out on that stuff, because I will stream that stuff via Discord by posting an event panel, just basically telling people what's coming up next. And yeah, we're apparently going to Stonehenge at this point, so yeah. David and Susanna reserved a room at the Cathedral Hotel and then decided to visit Stonehenge, which is pretty cool itself. It's a nice place. But yeah, Owncast is a pretty good software. If you haven't seen it before, you should probably look at setting something up like it, because it's fairly, I would say it's a little challenging to set up, but once you've got it working, it actually works really well for what it does. And since you have full control over the server itself, you can do whatever you want with it, which is exactly what I needed it for. And like I said before, I think when I got banned, like the third time on my main account, I think it allowed me to take stock in what I wanted to do with that kind of content, and it led us to streaming it off Owncast itself, which means that, you know, people can still watch it, I can still stream it, and we don't get any problems from there on out. The only thing that's an issue is the upload speed of my internet connection, but I think I've got it fast enough, because I upgraded recently, to allow for at least 12 to 15 people to watch on the current settings I have, without any issues, and it seems to work pretty well. If you have a look in the highlights channel, I believe what did I play in the on Owncast recently? I think it was it's not Ground Seed, it's not Police Notes, it's not Snatcher, Dracula Hakushaku, which is actually a really cool game. There was the end of the Beyond stream as well, which was pretty good as well. And we also looked at Xenon Mugen no Shitai, which was pretty good. Yeah, the Dracula game was pretty good though. I thought that was actually really entertaining. But yeah, like I said, those kind of streams get done on Owncast and they get hosted on my private YouTube, alt. So you have to be in Discord to get access to those VODs. Anyway, Connors would wait in the lobby in case they contacted him again. There were a few tourists at Stonehenge, as it was not the weekend. David was somewhat disappointed that the watchmen would not let anyone inside the stone circle. Yeah, Stonehenge is pretty locked down, like even for tourists, because I think there's a danger that people try and like take bits of the stones, because that's been like a huge problem with like monuments like, you know, the Great Wall of China, for example. That's been deteriorating for years because people have been trying to, you know, take pieces of the wall as souvenirs. So they stop people from actually accessing places like Stonehenge, like even on tours, just to make sure that people don't try and, you know, destroy the site. for whatever reason. What's up, Highwinds? How's it going? Good evening. Still, the view made him forget how tiring the tour was. He felt as if he and Susanna were on their honeymoon. On their honeymoon. They're not even married yet. Fucking David, like, Jesus. He's only known Susanna for like a few weeks and he's already proposed to her. The sun was setting and all the other tourists had left. They returned to the parking lot, ready to go back to the hotel. Yes, it's really close to an expressway as well. It's I think the site is like supposed to be protected, but there's like motorways and everything going past it, so there's like the danger of pollution, contamination as well in the area. It's supposed to be a nature like preserve or something like that, but yeah, not happening when people are flying past on the motorway at like 90 miles an hour. Stonehenge is quite nice though if you've ever seen it before. Like, I think I've been past it a couple of times. It's a pretty nice site actually. It's one of those interesting places that you see and you think, how the hell did this happen? It's just fucking stone arches in the middle of nowhere. It's supposed to be like a druid spot, like years and years ago, like a druid place. David tried starting the car, but the engine would not start. Thinking the battery might be dead, David opened the hood, and a chill ran down his spine. Someone had torn out the wires. David and Susanna stood in front of the car, dumbfounded. Well, that happened, I guess. Still waiting for it to load though. I knew it was a setup. The King of the North lured us here to the stone circle. It's getting dark. There's no houses nearby and we're too far away to walk the way back. Damn that Connors, he was in on it. We can't stay here. We have to go back to the hotel, even if we have to walk. We might cross a car along the way. Just as they started walking, they noticed a car approaching them with the headlights turned off. There's no way that a tourist come to see Stonehenge this late. It has to be the Northern Assassins. David, what should we do? We'll never get away by running. Let's hide among the megaliths. David and Susanna entered the stone circle. Yeah, they're gonna get shanked. They hid in the shadows of the megaliths. The car stopped at the end of the paved road, and 4 individuals wearing white robes got out. The Druids are here! The 4 white shadows approached the megaliths. David and Susanna watched them, holding their breath. One of the shadows shouted towards the stone circle. David! The northern tribes have concluded that you have inherited the blood of the Devil King. You may not believe it, but we northern sorcerers can sense the dark waves that flow in your veins. Ask Susanna, the dark sorceress, and she will confirm our words. Of course, you have no time for that right now. You can ask her in hell. Susanna, we have dealt with the dark sorcerers you contacted before you even reached Bristol. The King of the North shall be here soon to witness your death with his very eyes. You may consider these last moments of your life. Wait, is this going to be an ending? We haven't even killed the King of the North yet. There was only one shadow in front of them. When David turned his head, he noticed the other 3 had taken place at his left, right and back. Magical tetragon. David, we're trapped in the stone circle. The northern spell will prevent us from leaving. So it's true? You're a sorceress? Why didn't you tell me? Just like you've inherited the blood of the Devil King, I've inherited the blood of Susanna who served King Hroth. The 2 of us are their descendants. You've never fallen in love with any other woman than me, have you? I've been in love with you since I was a child. You were always in my dreams, Susanna. Before she passed away, my mother taught me the power of magic and told me about the blood of the Devil King. That's why I've been trying to protect you from the King of the North, but I guess you just can't fight fate. So those pills you gave me for my nightmares, They were made by the Dark Sorcerers, yes. There are many who have inherited the blood of the original Dark Sorcerers, but only few can be said to be truly powerful. We sorcerers cannot hope to defeat the King of the North, but it would be easy for you if you were to awaken the power of your blood. At that moment they heard the sound of a car engine in the distance. Then they noticed its headlights approaching. What's going to happen here? After looking towards a car, the white shadow in front of David shouted at him. The King of the North will cast a curse upon you. Though I have never witnessed it myself, it is said that the agony is unimaginable. This should be entertaining. The car approached the stone circle, stopping next to the car used by the Northern Sorcerers. For a while nobody came out, as if waiting for something to happen. I don't remember this bit happening. Eventually, the passenger door opened and a man came out. The white shadow who was approaching the car stopped in his tracks. Was that Clark? You're not the King of the North. Are you a dark sorcerer? The man put a hand in his suit and pulled out a gun, aiming it at the Northern Sorcerer. Susanna stared at the man, whose face was clearly illuminated by the car's headlights. That's Clark, one of the detectives employed by the Northern Tribesmen. The driver is his assistant, Vince. Do the Northern Sorcerers not recognize him? This is our chance, David. The Northern Sorcerers are distracted and the Tetragon is broken. Let's get into their car. Time to book it. GTFO. Susanna pushed David, urging him to run. The white shadows at their sides chased after them. Noticing this, Clark pointed his gun at the robed men and then pulled the trigger. Wirebrain, thanks for following. GTA Druid City. The four shadows stopped. Clark kept aiming his gun at them. The lights of yet another car were approaching the site. So what the hell is Clark doing then? Damn, Clark. Vince opened the rear door to let David and Susanna in. Okay. Clark fired his gun into the tires of the sorcerer's car, then jumped into his own car. Vince floored the pedal, and they left at a dangerously high speed. Yeah, man, plot twist. Fucking, it's just kicked off again. Almost colliding with the incoming car, they were able to get away from the megaliths of Stonehenge. Deflatium. What's up, Wirebrain? How you doing? Good evening. I cast gun. So, who are those rogue creeps, Susanna? They kinda look like a bunch of white sorcerers. Thank you for saving us. They were Northern Sorcerers. If it weren't for your timely intervention, they would have killed us with one of their curses. So why is Clark helping us? This is some kind of war between Northern and Dark Sorcerers. I bet my ass the other car we crossed carried more of them. Let me guess, it's all because of the Star of Darkness. Yes, it is. It's a. I wouldn't call it a visual novel. It's a horror story, basically. Horror adventure, text adventure. It's pretty good though. This game is really good. Yeah, because visual novel kind of carries a connotation, and we all know what kind of connotation that is. But yeah, this is a really good story so far, and it's actually starting to kick off again. So I'm gonna see what happens. Yeah, so why are these two helping us now? You must be really good detectives if you figured out that much. I must ask you not to delve any deeper than this if you care for your lives. Don't take this the wrong way, I'm telling you for your own safety. Yes, the implication. I'm really grateful for your help, I mean it. Then that stuff about David having inherited the blood of the Devil King's gotta be true. If you're a dark sorceress, I figure our client must be one of them Northern fellas. By the way, that reporter Connors, after his parents died, he was raised by the Archbishop of St. Radford's Church in Stratford. I'm Stratfordian born and raised, that's why he looked familiar. He was an altar boy at the church. This mysterious benefactor could be Archbishop Mellis. Oh! Are we getting name dropped some interesting people now? Are you guys detectives? How do you know about Susanna? Zap Rosedower. Mr. Clark and his friend have been following us since our tour of Europe. Their client is most likely a northern tribesman. That's probably how the King of the North always knew where to find us. Why would two detectives at the service of the King of the North help us? Believe it or not, it was a coincidence. We followed you to the stone circle, but you weren't doing anything weird, so we went back to the hotel to rest. That's when we saw a car stop in front of the hotel, and then three men got out to talk with Connors, who then got in the car and left with them. It was already dark and none of you guys were coming back. On a hunch we came back to the stone circle and we saw those white-robed weirdos. When I saw you guys trying to run away, I figured they were up to no good, so I threatened them with my gun. Vince. When's Jesus dropping in? I'm actually a big fan of yours, so I recognized you right away. That's why I opened the door and waited in the car. I had no idea they really wanted to kill you. I see. If you hadn't come, the curse of the King of the North would have killed us for sure. We owe you our lives. Could you take us to a car rental? They broke my car and I really want to get out of here as soon as possible. It's safer to go to the police. We can be your witnesses. The police will force us to stay and hide us somewhere. But the curse of the King of the North can be cast from a distance as long as he knows where we are. The police will never believe in the existence of sorcery, so they won't do anything about it. The only way to be safe is to escape the King of the North's notice. The curse that can kill people sounds like hogwash to me. Everything about you guys is so weird. Oh, whatever, let's find a rent-a-car. Even though Clark had been researching the Devil King for quite a while, he was still skeptical about the existence of magic. Clark's car stopped under the neon sign of a car rental. Well, here we are. I don't know much about this sorcery stuff, but take care of yourselves. Thank you very much. The King of the North will learn what happened soon. Now that you've helped us, your own lives could be in danger. It would be best if you left the UK for a while. We're definitely done with this investigation. We'll hide our butts somewhere if we ever feel threatened. Have a good one. Clark and Vince drove off. David and Susanna rented a car and sped off towards London. Why are you going towards London? That's the worst place to go. The northern tribesmen are actively going after us. I don't think it's safe to go back to your apartment. Why don't we head for Hayworth? That's where I was born. There are sorcerers there. Old friends of my mother's. They will keep you safe. We know that the King of the North is the Archbishop of St. Radford's Church. Instead of running, I think we should go talk to him. That's a fucking terrible idea. What the hell are you doing? David, he wants to kill you. He'll never listen to you, unless you actually meant fighting him. So what do? We go to Hayworth to fight him. Is this another branch? I'm gonna save it very quickly. Gonna pop it on the usual save though. David's car stopped at the crossroad. He could take the road that led to Hayworth or the one that led to Stratford. He weighed his options. Should he run away to the countryside of Hayworth or take the fight to St. Radford's Church? This is a second branch, so I'm saving it right here. Yes. What's going on? There wasn't any other branches before this besides the letter, was there? Good. Okay. I've got a branch for the letter and I've got a branch for this. So the question is, what do we do here? And I'm thinking we bugger it. We just run. Because it's a terrible fucking idea taking the fight to the person who's trying to kill you. But I think this probably leads to some different places as well. Yeah, I'm assuming this determines an ending, so yeah. I think we should run for now. and find out what happens afterwards. We've got a save for this branch anyway, so that's fine. Raid the church. Let's see where this goes first. We're going to take the run away first, and then we can come back to the this branch afterwards, as long as I remember not to overwrite the save by accident. Let's run away to Hayworth. Let's go. Right, well that's loading. I'm just going to quickly pop to the bathroom. Hell yeah, free bathroom break. Yeah, man, it's actually interesting how different this appears to be from your playthrough, Trap, because if I remember correctly, didn't they not know who the King of the North was up until near the end of the playthrough of yours? Because I remember they were trying to interrogate Vince and Clark and ended up killing the both of them or something in your playthrough, whereas here we find out about the King of the North quite early on by the look of it. So yeah, it's pretty interesting how much different this branch is compared to the one that you went through in your playthrough. Super interesting. That's what I was hoping for as well when I wanted to play this, is that I was hoping that the scenarios would be so different depending on which branches we take. Did it? Yeah. I mean, it was an interesting, but it seemed like a very unfulfilling ending that you got at the very end of your playthrough, like. So hopefully the endings in this branch are a lot more interesting. We'll see what happens though. Anyway, you're right. If I go to St. Radford's Church, I'm only asking to die. Let's hide in the countryside and try to come up with a plan. David kept away from Stratford, driving along north along the M1 motorway, passing through London during the night. Yeah, killing the two bros is awful though. Vince and Clark are pretty cool though. And I think I like them a lot more because of this branch, because they're like they become super friendly and helpful. Like of their own accord, which is pretty good. Sun started rising just as they crossed Manchester. You must be tired. Look, the sun is rising. Would you like me to drive? I heard when the sky gets brighter you start relaxing and feeling tired. Yes, let's switch before we have an accident. David stopped the car and let Susanna take the wheel. Got it. Susanna was driving the car. Now that we lost the northern tribesmen, or they're plotting something, we better keep our eyes open. Yeah, it certainly feels like he's resigned to the fact that he is the Devil King at this point though. Even if he doesn't want to be. Yes, though, I don't think they'll dare attack us in broad daylight. The King of the North. Not even my worst nightmares could prepare me for this. I used to think my mother was just telling me stories, but now I know it's all real. Though I admit, it was still hard to believe. The northern tribes were more prepared than us. I should have trusted her words more and confided in you earlier. It's like we're living in another world. The real world feels like a dream now. And I wish we could wake up and leave the King of the North behind. David, you must be tired. Why don't you sleep for a while? I'll wake you up once we're at Hayworth. You're right. Who knows what might happen tonight? I'd better catch a few Z's. Okay, let's see what happens here. David leaned back on his seat and closed his eyes, trying to relax. Meanwhile, Susanna kept driving through the countryside. Yes, that's what British countryside sort of looks like, although I don't think it's ever that hilly. Eventually, the fields turned to meadows. A winding road went up and down the hills. She drove you to church, yeah. The car entered the wilderness of Hayworth. A flock of sheep was visible throughout its thick grasslands. Not a recognized official title. Whoa, what the fuck? Suddenly, Susanna shrieked and slammed the brakes. David woke up and looked outside the window. A group of shepherds were surrounding their car. What's going on? Who are these people? I don't know. They jumped in front of the car. I almost hit them. One of the shepherds approached David. You must be David. You're not allowed in these hills. Leave! Why not? I'm not going to enter your lands. I'm just crossing the road. Besides, how do you even know I was in this car? God said you would understand if I told you. The hills of Hayworth belong to the King of the North. What? The King of the North? Then you're all northern tribesmen? We're just shepherds. I'm simply repeating the words of our God, the King of the North. I'm not the only one who heard them. Everyone on our village did. He told us that if we let you pass, you would become the Devil King, and in order to challenge God, you would call down a dark storm that will turn these lands into an arid wasteland. Without grass, we won't be able to feed our sheep. But they're in Wales. The King of the North is deceiving you. He's no god, he's a sorcerer. Don't you dare call our god a sorcerer. We know you. You are a sorceress. Everyone in the village knew about your mother. It's said that when her mother became a witch, blood gushed out of her body and she died in terrible agony. That must have been a punishment from our god, the King of the North. The shepherd's eyes were filled with hatred. They raised their hoes, ready to destroy the car. What's up, Zeke? David, they're under a northern spell. They'll kill us, but if we go back, we'll be running into the northern tribesmen. I'm flooring the pedal. Hang tight. Time to run people over. Susanna revved the engine and stepped on the gas pedal, pushing the shepherds out of the way. Rather than moving out the way, they stood their ground, throwing their makeshift weapons towards the car. The windscreen shattered and Susanna was forced to slam on the brakes. David, get out of the car and run! When David opened the car door, the shepherds turned into medieval knights and attacked them. Terrified, David fell back inside the car. Also, David screaming .wav. Don't tell me that was an ending, right? No, okay. So what the hell just happened? Oh, it's a dream. David, wake up, it's just a dream. A dream? David looked out the window. Having brakes, suddenly the car had raised a cloud of dust. Once the dust had settled, he could see that they were surrounded by meadows and they were driving towards a hill. That hill, it was in my dream. The shepherds there almost killed us, under the influence of the King of the North. What if this is another warning from King Hroth? The night shift! God. That's an awful joke. But I'll let you off with that one. Resident Evil 4, basically, yeah. A warning. So you're saying that there are shepherds waiting to kill us? In my dream you were driving. Let me take the wheel now. After swapping seats, David drove the car slowly towards the hill. You're on thin ice, buddy. They reached the top of the hill. The road ahead crossed a wide, flat prairie. It's a bit further. The grassland was very thick and there was a flock of sheep. I think it was over there. David stopped the car, looking at the sheep. Then some shepherds appeared from the flock, noticing their car. So it was a premonition. Susanna, this road is dangerous. We're leaving. But this is the only way to my home, and if we turn back we might run into the northern tribesmen. Caught between his dream and reality, David did not know what to do. What if your dream was actually an illusion the King of the North sent to slow us down? Look, more shepherds are coming. What do we do, David? Do we keep going or do we turn back? David had to make a choice. Just another branch, is it? David swerved the car towards a flock of sheep. Oh, he's doing it himself, okay. The car drove through the sheep at dangerous speed. What the hell is that noise? Susanna closed her eyes. David kept rushing through the meadows without slowing down. He tried his best to avoid hitting the shepherds. Once he brought the car back to the road, David drove off, leaving them behind. When the car started slipping on the grass, I thought we'd roll over, but you actually kept us steady. You're like a professional racer. Sheep are starting their lasers, yeah. It was just luck. When we started slipping, I was panicking and I was randomly turning the wheel. It just happened to work fine. Jet-powered car. The shepherds seemed pretty surprised, to be honest. I'm not sure they were actually hostile. They were probably pretending because we ruined their plan. Had we stopped the car, they'd have killed us. We kept driving through the hills until they finally reached Hayworth. I can see some farmhouses in the distance, but I don't actually see any fields. What do they do for a living? They're all sheep farmers. There's a general store and a post office in the village centre, so things aren't so bad. There's no live music clubs though. Excuse me. That was it. Oh, nearly midnight. After driving along the same scenery for a while, they eventually reached the railroad. Following the tracks, they came upon a settlement of stone houses. It was the centre of Hayworth. We should buy some food. If we're going to be living here for a while, we'll need all the essentials. David brought the car towards the village. We're going to get some interesting things going on here as well. Yeah, the music's starting up. Once they arrived, they got out of the car and went inside the general store. They bought as much as they could fit in the car. The Lands live here in this village. They're old friends of my mother's and sorcerers as well. We've been in their care for a while. I want to introduce you to them. Sounds good. David and Susanna headed towards the Lands' residence. Susanna knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman answered the door. She was surprised to see Susanna. Oh my, Susanna, you're here early? When you said you were coming with David, I thought you'd take a few more days. It's been a long time, Miss Emily. There's a reason we're here so early. Is Mr. Lands here? He is, come on in. You must be David. I'm Lands' wife, Emily. Please make yourself at home. Before David could even reply, Emily went back inside to call her husband. Susanna led him inside. Lands came out of one of the rooms with his wife. See, Susanna brought David here. David, this is my husband, Lands. Interesting name. I'm David. Sorry to barge in without notice. Mr. Lands, I messed up. The King of the North knows about David and he's hunting him. I see. Last night I was reading the energy of the Star of Darkness and the candle flame flickered violently. I knew it was a bad omen. I never would have imagined the King of the North himself was after you. Tell me more. Susanna told him everything, from the letter David received from the reporter Connors to the suspicion that the King of the North might be Archbishop Mellis of St. Bradford's Church. So that's why we lost contact with the sorcerers in London. We tried to warn them about the impending doom, but the northern tribes must have found them first. Isn't that guy from Top Gear? Not quite. I'm afraid you, Mr. Holly and Mr. Gregg are the only dark sorcerers left in England. It's up to us to revive the power of the Devil King sleeping in David's blood. Holly's powers are too weak. We can only count on Gregg. It's true that the power of the Devil King could easily defeat the King of the North, but we need to shed the blood of the northern tribes. I'm not sure we can do this alone. We know where the King of the North is. With some planning, we should be able to capture a northern tribesman. That might have been possible when he didn't know about us yet, but now? I think you should leave England and wait until the Star of Darkness leaves Earth. This isn't just about fighting. We must also think about protecting the bloodline. We've been protecting the bloodline without fighting for generations. We have our backs against the wall. There's nothing we can do now. Not even King Hroth could fight in this situation. Are you asking us to run away from the King of the North? If we did that, our children would have to suffer the same fate. No, we have to kill the King of the North while we have a chance. Once the energy of the Star of Darkness is gone, both the Northern and the Dark Sorcerers will return to a normal life. We wouldn't have to worry about the King of the North for the next 300 years. Yeah, it's a long time to wait though. Let's go back to my mother's castle and think about it. Please call Mr. Gregg. I'd like to hear his opinion as well. I'm still convinced that we could capture a northern tribesman. Yes, Sus Anna started British Civil War, yeah. Sus Anna. She's been sus from the start and she's sus all the way. We can defend ourselves from a spell cast by a northern sorcerer, but not one cast by the King of the North. I'll contact Gregg and join you at the castle as soon as possible. We have to make our choice quickly before it's too late. Susanna took the castle keys and left the house with David. Placed her hopes on Lance, but she felt weak after hearing his opinion. Yeah, I know. Well, this might be slightly different to well, this is already slightly different to the playthrough that Trap had, so it might actually end completely differently as well. I thought he was willing to fight with us, but I guess age caught with him. Gregg is younger, I'm sure he'd be able to capture a northern tribesman. I'll be honest, Susanna, I don't think we should fight either. What can two sorcerers do against their organization? I have this power, but I can't control it. I wish the Devil King inside me would tell me his opinion. Then we can ask him. It seems that power only manifests when you're sleeping or unconscious. It's likely that only once your two consciousnesses merge together, you'll be able to control the power of the Devil King. Oh, is that Bamber Castle? There's the castle. That's your house? I feel like I've seen it before, but I've never been to Hayworth. When was it? A small castle came into view on an otherwise empty hill. David turned the wheel right and stepped on the gas towards the castle. Okay, needs level 5 meter. It's like Vism in Alpha 3, isn't it? He has to charge it up, and once he uses it, he can't use it again for a while. He stepped in front of the gate, which Susanna unlocked with a key. That's the gate that we've seen in his dreams. Once the car passed through the gate, Susanna locked it shut once again. David and Susanna looked around the castle. Lance and his wife had already cleaned up the dining room and Susanna's room, so she began to prepare their meal. We arrived ahead of schedule, so only a few rooms are ready. The dining room and my room are clean, so we can live here for a while. If it weren't for the King of the North, this would have been our fun holiday. Why does it have to be like this? It's ready. You must be starving. We've been on the run since last night. David had no appetite. He could feel the King of the North breathing down his neck, but once Susanna placed the plate in front of him, he started eating ravenously. After the meal, David started feeling sleepy, and yet he did not want to sleep, fearing he might have another nightmare. Now that I'm full, I'm feeling sleepy. Why don't we both sleep in my room? And bang! I'm sleepy as well, but I'm afraid I'm going to have another nightmare. Promise to wake me up if you think I'm having one. David and Susanna went to sleep in their room. After some time, she woke him up. Oh, what happened? Sorry, you were sleeping soundly, so I considered not waking you up, but I thought you might have a nightmare if I left you alone. Huh, is it night already? Yeah, I was just sleeping, no dreams at all. I wonder why King Hroth didn't show himself. Considering the situation, I thought he'd tell me what to do. Maybe he's at a loss, just like we are. Come on, let's go downstairs and wait for Mr. Lands. Susanna took a lit candle and walked down the stairs to the dining room with David. Then she made some coffee to stave off sleep. According to David's watch, it was 11 PM, but Lands was nowhere to be seen. The castle had no telephone, so they could only wait. Car. Around midnight they heard the sound of a car engine and they saw the gate opening. The car's headlights shone through the window. Lands came running, leaving the car outside. Susanna hurried to open the door. Susanna and Lands entered the dining room. It's about Greg. He's dead. It must have been the King of the North's deathly curse. Well, I called him and he said he'd come as soon as possible, but he was taking too long and I was worried. Then he called me on the phone. He was calling from a restaurant outside Haworth. He said he had noticed the car tailing him. I told him to stay there and I'd come to him instead. He told me not to come, that it was too dangerous, and I hung up. I decided to go anyway and drove towards that restaurant. Then I found him right at the entrance of Haworth. His car was smashed and he was dead. I didn't see anyone nearby, but there's never been any robberies around these parts. He was killed by the northern tribesmen, I'm sure of it. Susanna, you and David must leave at once. There's no time for discussions. You have to leave England before it's too late. That's impossible. I left my passport at the office. Let's go back to London. If we floor it, the King of the North shouldn't be able to catch us. Nonsense. You should go to Scotland instead. You can have your passports mailed to you and then leave the country by boat. What should we do, David? Do you want to run from the King of the North? I'm willing to go to the other side of the planet to live with you. David. I hate the idea of running away without a fight. What about all the dark sorcerers who gave their lives for us? We were born to protect the bloodline. I, too, am willing to give my life to prevent the northern tribesmen from following you. That is our fate. You shouldn't be throwing your life away for us. Nobody should have to die like this. Damn it, if it weren't for the King of the North. It is your fate to run, David. If you oppose fate, your blood will be severed, and the soul of King Hroth will wander aimlessly for all eternity. David did not care about fate and would rather avenge the deaths of all the sorcerers who died for his sake. However, when he saw Lan's tears rolling down his cheeks, he remained silent. He could not insult Lan's resolve like that. It's up to you, David. We were all born to follow you. Your will is King Hroth's will. After listening to Susanna's words, David knew that making this choice was also fate. Another branch! Okay, so this is going on 3. Sweat drop. God, we've got 3 branches this stream so far, so this is going to be interesting. There's what's supposed to be 7 endings, I believe. I'm thinking staying, yeah. I think we stay and fight. I mean, people are dead already. We've got to do something about it, right? We have to stay and fight. I mean, if we run, we're just going to be running forever. Fuck it. Stay and fight. So we've got 3 branches so far for this particular route. Diddy diddy. Diddy diddy diddy. Diddy diddy. I think it's all going to kick off soon though. The only problem is, it's like midnight soon. And I need to get ready for work tomorrow. Excuse me. Ask work about the Devil King. Oh god. Shit. Yeah, the scenarios for this stream have been pretty interesting though. Like I said, I think it's kicking off at this point though. They've already made their move, so we've got to do something about it, I'm assuming. But it remains to be seen what actually happens in this branch, because I said I'm completely blank to what happens here. I've not seen anything at this point. It's different to Trap's playthrough, so did you make up your mind? I want to stay here and fight. Even if I ran away, I'd spend the rest of my days haunted by nightmares. If fighting is the fate King Hroth gave me, then that's what I'll do. The King of the North hasn't won yet. If we can shed the blood of the northern tribes, we'll revive the power of the Devil King. We can still win. If that is our fate, then we can only accept it. I'll fight as long as I draw breath. As long as the King of the North himself doesn't show up, my sorcery should be able to handle the northern tribesmen. Quiet, I hear a car. No, more than one. It has to be them. Hans went outside to check the situation and came back in a hurry. How many are there? 3 cars. They're close to the gate. Hurry to the basement and cast the magic tetragon to protect David. We shouldn't split up. Come with us. No, I'll hide here and ambush them. We wouldn't stand a chance if we faced them head on, not even together. If we can lead them to the basement, victory will be ours. Their blood must be spilled. I'll wager my life on this. The rest is up to you. No, Lance, don't do it! I know, I won't die until the Devil King is revived. Let us meet again on the Star of Darkness. One by one, the cars crossed the gate. Loading a lot for some reason. Okay, good. Susanna grabbed David's hand and they ran into the corridor leading to the basement, holding a candle. At the end of the corridor, they turned left. After a while, they reached a door. That door looks familiar. Susanna opened the door. Beyond it was a staircase going down. At the bottom of the staircase was a wine cellar. Further on there was another door. Susanna opened it. It was too dark to see anything. After Susanna lit the candles on the wall, an altar came into view. Once she lit the candles, the altar looked as if it was floating. Various ritual tools were lined up on top of it. Excuse me. She took 4 clay figures and placed them on specific markings on the floor. The markings seemed to point to the 4 cardinal directions. I'm ready to cast the Tetragon. It's a magic barrier that can repel even the strongest northern sorcery. As long as you don't leave it, you'll be fine. What if they brought weapons? It might stop a spell, but I doubt it'll stop a bullet. The King of the North will be casting his curse, so he won't be coming here personally. Whoever comes here will know that I'm casting a spell, so they'll try to kill me. While they're distracted, you should stab them with this dagger and look at their blood. It's a dark sorceress. Oh, I'm a dark sorceress. I'm more than glad to sacrifice myself to stop the King of the North. So you're just gonna die? Screw that, I'd rather run if I have to lose you to defeat the King of the North. It's not like I want to die. King Hroth will save me if he thinks he needs me. That's why I must be ready for anything to win. Susanna closed the door, picked up a dagger from the altar, and gave it to David. This is a cursed dagger. A single scratch and all blood will gush out from their body. Can you do it? I don't think I can go for the vitals, but if I just need to scratch them anyway, I should be fine. Susanna, please, don't get yourself killed. Do you think Mr. Lands is fine? Nope. Ah, my body, my veins feel burning. Ah! It's the curse of the King of the North. David, remember the plan. Susanna started chanting a spell and David's pain subsided. While David could hear Susanna's spell, he could not hear the King of the North's chant. After some time, Susanna's forehead was beaded with sweat. The chant seemed to be losing intensity. David stared at the door, dagger at the ready, but nobody seemed intent on opening it. Then someone screamed beyond the door. David thought it was the voice of Lands. His ambush must have failed, and he'd been killed. Then he heard the footsteps of multiple people coming down the stairs. Lands had successfully led them their way. The door quaked with a dull sound. The northern tribesmen were ramming it. On the 3rd strike, the door gave in. In order to protect Susanna, David was prepared to kill whoever came in first. But nobody did. He looked at Susanna, who was still chanting a spell. Then a metal lump rolled across the floor, stopping near them. It was followed by more metal lumps. Grenade! Suddenly a series of explosions rocked the basement. The metal lumps had been grenades. Neither David nor Susanna had time to realize it before the explosion enveloped them. A man came down the stairs. It was the Archbishop Mellis of St. Radford's Church, also known as the King of the North. Fools! Spells are not necessarily your best assets. We live in the age of science. In modern warfare, victory goes to whoever employs the best weapons. This was never a battle of good versus evil. Its only purpose was severing once and for all the blood of the King of the North with the blood of the Devil King. Now that the blood of the Devil King is no more, mine has lost its meaning. I have brought an end to an ancient battle that was continued for centuries. As a servant of God, I have slain not men but dark demons. Let us leave. Tonight we will dream of the death of the demon. Tomorrow we will wake up and in time forget. The King of the North and his followers went up the stairs. In the basement, nothing was left of David and Susanna. The cars of the northern tribesmen were gone. Illuminated by starlight, the castle seemingly floated alone in the darkness. In a corner of the sky, one star was rapidly losing its light, as if mourning the loss of its master. It was like a broken mirror whose fragments were sinking into the depths of the ocean, drifting deeper and deeper. Ending! Damn, okay, that was one of the endings at least. So I guess we do have to run away. Which is what we're gonna do in a minute. Yeah, that's pretty much bad end, I would assume. So we're gonna reload after the credits have ended and run away. David Scream ending, basically. Look at that face. That's a good face. That's an awesome face. Yeah, we're gonna reload the last save that we made for this and see what happens when we run away. Dark Sorceress Lisa. Yeah, we haven't seen half of these characters because I think they were part of the other branch. It's a lot of Dark Sorcerers. Yeah, this has been pretty good though. Like, I wasn't expecting the story to end there though, because I thought we would have had to fight, but it seems like fighting him at any point is a bad end, which means that it's a bad end as well if we take the fight straight to him rather than running away to Hayworth. So I guess that's part of the endings as well. So one, there's two. There's probably another one here as well, actually. Crossed. Subordinate to the King of the North, the Faceless, mental hospital doctor, who we never actually see yet, gambler. Dun, dun, dun. Right, so I need to remember to load the third save in this case. Dream Old Man. Dream Prisoner. We'll probably get the actual proper credits here as well, I think. Maybe? Oh no, title screen. Cool. Still loading from the CD though, so I just want to see what happens first. Yeah, that's a cool image, isn't it? And I think it's just playing the music, isn't it? So let's reset this. Oh, Staff was in the intro. Alright then. So let's put that one in, and put that one in. Alright, so load save game. Yeah, I thought so. That's why I'm reloading and selecting the save slot. Yep, cool. Right, so at this point... Oh, yes. It's just got to load everything off this disk. So at this point, we should probably run away and see what happens. Because it certainly feels like at any point, if we fight the King of the North before a certain point, then it's a forced game over. Because I get the feeling that that event would have happened anyway if we'd went straight to, was it Salisbury? Or where it was Stratford? No, Stratford. To actually meet up with the King of the North. Yeah, you can just mount the image for the soundtrack. Soundtrack's pretty good though. I mean, there's like just a small sample of songs, but I think they all fit really well. Seriously? We'll soon find out then. Okay. Yeah, it's just loading stuff from disk. Itchy nose. Right, here we go. Right, David and Susanna looked around the castle. Lance and his wife had already cleaned up the dining room and Susanna's room, so yeah, so we're just gonna get to the point where we need to make that choice. We don't need to worry about this bit. Yeah, so just about to have dinner by the look of it. I don't think so. It's not like it's too far though, because I think Lance is going to show up in a minute anyway, so it's not a problem. D. Right, so he's woken up at this point. Seven PM, yada yada yada, no telephone. Incoming. What's a bowel? Right, so that choice should be popping up in a second. Susanna spoke. Possible, I left my passport at the office. Let's go back to London. If we floor it, the King of the North shouldn't be able to catch us. Nonsense, you should go to Scotland instead. You can have your passports mailed to you, and then leave the country by boat. What should we do, David? You want to run from the King of the North? I'm willing to go to the other side of the planet to live with you. Oh, isn't that sweet? I hate the idea of running away without a fight. What about all the dark sorcerers who gave their lives for us? Oh. We must preserve the bloodline. Yada yada yada. Right, so we should be making the choice in a second. Right, decide to flee this time. Here we go, new scenario. Right, so we'll see what happens this time. I'm not going to save it on the 3 save states though. Actually no, I should probably save it on the 3rd state after this. Because we know what happens there now. Unless there's another branch coming up in a second. Soon find out though. Excuse me. I do like the font that they used for this game though. It works pretty well actually. It's quite readable compared to a lot of you know, the Roman fonts that get used on these translations. Actually quite nice. I like the style of it. It's my designer kicking in though. The typographer and me kicking in. right there. And again, I think what serif fonts generally are quite readable for the most part. Here we go. Just watch this be another ending as well. Run away, but we can't run away forever. Yeah, it looks really good. Instead, the font itself is like considerably better and a hell of a lot more readable than a lot of fonts I've seen like used on these English translations. So it's really well done that they've actually done that. It's a step above and beyond that they're required to do. Most people just jam the text in there and get it over and done with. Right. Susanna, we must leave the country. If we face the King of the North now, we'll die for sure. If we manage to get away from him, we'll eventually win. How can we win by running away? The King of the North wants to end the bloodline of the Devil King. If we have children, they'll carry on the bloodline. One day, King Hroth will come back and defeat the King of the North. Let's make babies! That's right. As long as you protect the bloodline, one day your descendant will sever the blood of the King of the North. Don't try to defy fate in a moment of anger. Alright. We'll do as you say and go to Scotland. Isn't Scotland the Northern Lands anyway? If you leave now, you should be there by noon. No matter what happens, keep going and never look back. David and Suzanne left for Scotland under the cover of the night. David's car was the only one on the road. There were no cars in front of them, nor behind them. Mr. Land's car is at the castle, so the King of the North shouldn't realise we're on our way to Scotland. But if they find out we've left, they'll easily come after us. This is the only road we could have taken. Once we're in Scotland, we should take a boat from Edinburgh, or maybe go further north, to Inverness. If we had our passports, we could take an airplane at Edinburgh's airport, but that's a big city. The King of the North might have influence there. We should take a boat from Inverness and go back to London. Huh? Back to London? See, if that surprises you, the King of the North will never guess it. So we're going back to London, get our passports and even a plane. Most of the northern tribesmen from London are in Hayworth, so it's relatively safe. Even if they were to force a confession out of Mr. Lands with a spell, you tell them we'd left by boat. Heh, five head. Got some smart ones going on. David, what's wrong? You're going off-road. David, don't fall asleep. David's car went off-road, going at full speed across the meadows. David, what's wrong? Slow down. Oh dear. So this was an ending as well, I guess? David's eyes were vacant. He did not seem to be listening to her. The King of the North cast the spell. David, stop the car! Susanna pushed David out of the way and stretched her leg to step on the brakes. However, she could not stop the car in time. A large boulder came into view. David steered the car towards it. Susanna tried to turn the wheel, but it would not budge. When the boulder was in front of them, she closed her eyes. Then David let out a scream. The car started spinning. Susanna stopped gripping the wheel and her body hit the door. She heard the metallic sound of the car hitting the boulder. Susanna lost consciousness. Then she thought she heard David's voice and opened her eyes. We're alive? King Hroth protected us from the King of the North spell. He did? I heard his voice. He said, "May the blood of the Devil King seethe." blood in my veins felt boiling hot and I fainted. When I came to, there was a boulder in front of me. I turned the wheel and the car stopped spinning. In the end, it was the trunk that slammed against it. Are you hurt? Somehow we survived. I'm sore just about everywhere, but I'll survive. I guess we owe King Hroth our lives. It's Hroth time! He was trying to protect his bloodline. His final words were, Susanna must carry on the blood of the Devil King. He wasn't really protecting us, just his blood. We're alive, that's what matters. Does the car work? David tried starting the car. The engine seemed fine. He put the car in gear and tried to move. No, car sort of works. They just hit the trunk, I think. In the back of the car. Anything wrong? I think it's fine. The King of the North must have given up after his spell was repelled. He must have thought you were countering his spell with the power of the Devil King and thought you might injure him. We should be able to run away now. But how can we live in peace when the King of the North is still out there? I think King Hroth will be satisfied if we follow our fate. By the time our holidays are over, the Star of Darkness will have been long gone. Then we'll figure something out. You're right, once the Star of Darkness is gone, we should be able to return to London. We'll just have to bear with it for a while. David's car kept driving towards Inverness. Horrible place. A few years had passed. Even now, the popularity of Vision was unquestionable. A young couple wearing sunglasses was happily strolling in the outskirts of London under the gentle sun of an early summer. Junior's fast asleep. It's been a while since we last walked together like this. A baby with the face of an angel was sleeping peacefully, cradled in David's arms. One block away they noticed a group of priests wearing black robes. They were led by someone who was clearly a high-ranking priest, the dignified, pious Archbishop. Pious Archbishop, rather. Instinctively, David and Susanna hurried towards the Archbishop, taking off their sunglasses. Hi! Ah, Mr. David. Even a humble man of the cloth like me knows about you. My, what a lovely baby. The Lord's blessing upon this child. Then the baby's eyes fluttered open, and the Archbishop thought he heard a voice in his head. See you in 300 years, accursed northern tribes. The Archbishop shook his head. He figured he must have been hearing things due to his age. I am Archbishop Mellis of St. Radford's Church in Stratford. Feel free to visit if you're ever in the area. Yeah, based baby. Thank you, Your Grace. Can you believe it, Susanna? A blessing from an Archbishop. Junior will live a great life, I'm sure. Yeah, what the fuck? Thank you again, Father. We'll definitely stop by your church. Come on, David, let's go. The Star of Darkness drifted away from Earth, taking those unpleasant memories with it. A bright spot flashed in the corner of the clear blue skies. It was reflecting a glimpse of the world 300 years from now, like a mirror. Name drop! Ending as well. Okay, so that's what happens if you run away. They obviously have a baby, but that's pretty cool how they how they basically run up to him and the baby's like, I'm coming to get you, you fucker. See you in 300 years, bitch. Right, let's see what happens. I'm actually quite curious to see if fighting him actually ends the game as well, because we still have the first and second branches that I took as well. So load save game. Yes. Yeah, that's a pretty neat ending. I like that. So I think this was the save slot for the other ending. Yeah. Well, not the other ending, the other branch. It's the first save state that I put in was for the letter. And the second save state I put in is for the decision to either run away or to take the fight to him. And that's what we're going to see now, to see what the take the fight to him branch does. I mean, I've got like another, hour or so I can play through a little bit more of this. I'm actually very curious to see what this particular path looks like now. Yeah, that ending is quite nice, actually. It's pretty funny as well. Fucking they just run up to him with the baby, and the baby's like, I'm coming to get you, bitch. I'll see you in 300 years. You, me, outside now. Like typical British people. Alright, just let it load the scenario first. It shouldn't take long. I'm hoping that this particular branch doesn't take too long though, but we'll see what happens. I'll play it through to the end if I have to though. You, me, outside in 300 years. Yeah, they got married, had the kid, and then the kid was basically, yeah, I'm coming to get you. When they run up to the Archbishop himself. That's actually quite a funny ending. I like that. Alright, here we go. Right, so hopefully it's not too far away from the actual branch itself. Alright, here we go. Yeah, so I can just speed through this bit, I think. Susanna spoke. Yeah, so we've rolled the branch back to just after Clark and Vince have saved us, because I want to take the other branch now after we get the rental car. I'm gonna see what that does. Yeah, I like that in this part they actually tell, they let him know, like, that the benefactor is Archbishop Mellis, so we kind of already know at this point. Based Clark as well. Oh shit, I think I read that one already. Vince. Right, so we're gonna get the car rental here. Did I put the filtering on? Yeah. Okay, making sure. Okay. Right, so we should be getting the car rental here in a second. Yeah, Clark's car stopped under the neon sign of a car rental. Well, here we are. I don't know much about this sorcery stuff, but take care of yourselves. The King of the North will learn what happened soon. Now that you've helped us, your own lives could be in danger. It would be best if you left the UK for a while. We're definitely done with this investigation. We'll hide our butts somewhere if we ever feel threatened. Have a good one. Vroom! Clark and Vince drove off. David and Susanna rented a car and sped off towards London. The northern tribesmen are actively going after us. I don't think it's safe to go back to your apartment. Why don't we head for Haworth? That's where I was born. There are sorcerers there. Old friends of my mother's. They'll keep you safe. We know that the King of the North is the Archbishop of St. Radford's Church. Instead of running, I think we should go talk to him. David, he wants to kill you. He'll never listen to you. Unless you actually meant fighting him. So what do? We'll go to Hayworth or fight him? Right, I need to remember at this point we need to go and fight him. David's car stopped at a crossroad. We could take the road that led to Hayworth, or the one that led to Stratford. He weighed his options. Should we run away to the countryside of Hayworth? Or take the fight to St. Radford's Church? Raid the church! Let's go! Right, I think at this point I'm going to put a save down ASAP and then see what the branches look like at this point. It might not even be a branch, it might just go straight to an ending. So we'll see what happens. But as soon as I get the opportunity to save I will, because this is a new scenario. I think this is going to be a bad end though, to be honest. I mean, it just sort of leads like it's gonna be a bad end at this point because we have no weaponry, we have no idea what's gonna happen. We're just going straight into the demon's nest, so to speak. Straight to the devil's lair. What's the worst that could happen? Fear the Reaper. What's up, Cyber Angel? Good evening. That ending was pretty good though. Just see the Archbishop's eyes open and hear the voice in his head. I'll see you in 300 years. So funny. Oh my god. Yeah, this game's been pretty good so far. I'm actually kind of curious. I'm kind of keen to play through the other branch as well, actually. Like the branch that Trap played, because I want to see the endings for that as well. I just have to see all the endings at this point. See what happens. But that might be a stream for tomorrow, I guess, playing through the other side of the branch. Sounds like ending music to me. David took the A34 road, passing through Oxford, heading for Stratford. There were a few other cars in the middle of the night, so his right foot floored the gas pedal most of the time. Well done, Anne. Well done indeed. Once we're in Stratford, we should drive along the River Avon. That will lead us right into St. Radford. Driving like this doesn't feel real. It's like I'm in one of my nightmares. It's just like one of my Japanese animes. Believe me, I wish it was only a nightmare. I had no idea the northern tribesmen would go that far. I was going to go gather the other dark sorcerers in my household in Hayworth and come up with a plan to protect you. I guess you really are a sorceress, huh? What sorts of magic can you do? I can't cast killing curses like the King of the North does, but I can make all sorts of magical concoctions. I can also cast protective barriers and something similar to hypnotism, but I can't cast any offensive spells. Remember what King Hroth said, only by laying your eyes on the blood of the northern tribes will the power of the Devil King awaken. If we want to survive, you must awaken the Devil King. That's why we're going to Stratford. Still, I don't know if I can actually kill another man. They might kill me before I even get a chance. I think I might be able to combine my sorcery with the power of the Devil King that flows in your veins. If I'm successful, we'll have a powerful weapon at our disposal. If I fail, well, at least we'll die together. I think King Hroth is protecting us. If those detectives hadn't arrived before the King of the North, we would have died. I don't think it was a coincidence. The River Avon came into view. David drove his car upstream, with the river on his right. After a while, St. Radford's Church was in sight. I'll get the car as close as I can. We need to hurry. People will be suspicious this late at night, and they might inform the Archbishop. David stopped his car near the church. St. Radford's Church was located just outside Stratford. Being a small town, it would be unnatural for anyone to be walking around its premises. It was 3 AM. David and Susanna took a deep breath and got out of the car. Excuse me. Church was in front of them. This is a terrible fucking idea, seriously. If the Archbishop really is the King of the North, he shouldn't be back yet. If there's a good time to take a look around, this is it. Still, there could be northern tribesmen inside, waiting for their king to return. Perfect. We'll have to fight them sooner or later, so we should take a look. If there's anyone inside, we'll fight them, as long as we can take them. David tried pushing the front gate. Once he realized it was slightly ajar, he pushed it open and stepped inside. Hello? Anybody home? The chapel was illuminated by small lights. There was a door at the other side of the hall. If the Archbishop really is the King of the North, there should be a sorcery altar around. I doubt he'd keep it out there in public, so it's probably in the basement. This is a terrible idea. They walked to the other door. It was not locked. They opened it and stepped inside. They found themselves in a dark, unlit corridor. David returned to the chapel to get a candle. Now with a source of light, they walked through the corridor. There might be a light switch somewhere. Then again, turning on the lights wouldn't be very inconspicuous. It's best to use a candle. They turned left at the end of the corridor. There was a door along the wall on their right. The corridor continued on. This door looks familiar, actually. This was in one of his nightmares, if I remember correctly. They opened the door and stepped inside. Oh, computer. There's papers and documents everywhere. This must be the office. The Archbishop's quarters would be more luxurious than this. There might be a list of northern families somewhere. Let's take a look. David flicked through the papers by the candlelight, but he did not find anything useful. We'd have to look through these calmly, but there's no time for that. Let's leave. They returned to the corridor and pressed on. The corridor turned right. The candle's feeble light did not reach far, and it was too dark to see what lied at the end. As they walked forward, they found another door on the right wall, this time with a more ornate design. The corridor continued on. I bet this is his room. Let's find out. Wait, there's light leaking through the door. There might be someone inside. David approached the door and focused his senses. I think it's empty. Let's go in. David opened the door. That's a very sus looking bookshelf. What a gorgeous room. It has to be the Archbishop's. There's nobody inside. The lights are on, so someone must have been in here until recently. There was no one in the chapel, so there might be somewhere further down the corridor. I have a feeling there might be a hidden door that leads to the basement in this room. After all, this room is very private. Nobody would see him leave. It's the bookshelf! It's possible, but I don't see anything that looks like a hidden door. David and Susanna searched the room, but they were unable to find anything. We don't have much time, let's move on. It's the bookshelf, you idiots! Suddenly back in Snatcher. Yeah, nicely pixelated bookcase. Left the room and went further down the corridor. This door looks familiar. It's probably just reused though. They kept walking until the end, where they found a door. This is the last one. If there's anyone in there, they must be beyond this door. Stay sharp. David put his ear to the door, trying to sense the presence of other people. It's fine, I don't think there's anyone inside. Carefully open the door. Stairs. This is the way to the basement. completely dark. It doesn't seem like there's anyone down there. David and Susanna walk down the stairs, lighting the way with a candle. Should probably close the door behind you to make it look like nobody's there, though. Oh look! This is just a storage room. There's no place for an altar. Guess we won't find anything in here. Let's go back. They walked up the stairs and returned to the corridor. We didn't find any stairs to the second floor. I wonder if there's another door in the chapel. I didn't notice one. Still, I'd like to check the Archbishop's room again. There has to be something we missed. There has to. Agreed. If there's a convenient place for the sorceress to go in and out unnoticed, it would be that room. David and Susanna returned to the Archbishop's room. Why don't we try pulling books from the bookcase? There might be a hidden lever. They look behind every book, a single book to no avail. Wait, look! The bookcase is moving! Someone's coming back! We have to hide before they find us. Save. Put it on this one. Just grab a candlestick and whack them. Under the desk, quick! David and Susanna hid under the Archbishop's large desk. The bookcase moved sideways. Beyond it was a corridor. The passage was large enough to allow a single person to pass through. An old man about 70 years old came out of the passage. He put a finger somewhere on the wall inside the room, and the bookcase slid again to cover the way. Now you just bonk him on the head with a candlestick. Also, hold on. Once he walked out the room, he turned on the ceiling lights, which made the corridor bright. Then he closed the door. David and Susanna heard the sound of his footsteps moving away. Finally catching their breath, they crawled out from under the desk. They approached the wall the old man had touched. There was a switch embedded in the wall. Let's go to the basement. I bet the altar is in there. The altar might give us some hints as to what sort of magic they can cast. Let's go. David patted the wall looking for the switch. Eventually he found it and the bookcase started sliding. David and Susanna went inside. I knew it. There are stairs going down. There has to be a different switch to close it, but there's no time to look for it now. They went down the stairs. Once they reached the end of the staircase, they saw a door at the end. David opened the door and stepped inside. Nearly 1 in the morning. Well. David slumped to the floor, gripping his chest. My heart, it feels like I'm being stabbed. David, are you okay? Susanna saw the blood staining David's shirt, but there was no actual blade piercing him. It's a northern curse. Hang in there, David. It's all getting blurry. Susanna, I'm done for. Go save yourself. I don't understand. I'm trying to return the spell, but I can't sense it at all. Susanna looked around the room. There were no altars along the 4 walls. In the center of the room was a table with a dagger planted in the middle. Voodoo. It's the curse of the sorceress effigy. Hold on, David, I'll save you. Susanna desperately tried to pull the dagger out of the table, but it would not budge. When she took a closer look, she realized that the dagger was planted on a picture of David, right in his heart. Every time she tried to move the dagger, David would writhe in pain. Eventually, David lay motionless in a pool of his own blood. As she looked at him in horror, several men came into the room. Among them was Connors, the entertainment reporter. Third ending! I am Archbishop Mellis. You sorcerers know me as King of the North. When I learned that David had inherited the blood of the Devil King, I had to get rid of him. Under normal circumstances, I would have spared your life, Susanna. However, I know that you are pregnant with his child. Thus, you must share his fate. So you really were the King of the North. How did you know we'd be coming? According to Lord Mellis, those men who helped you were detectives under our service. One of them was someone Lord Mellis knew very well. In fact, I remember him as well. It stands to reason that he'd tell you about us. So I called the church to prepare for your arrival. Opening the door to this room would activate the curse. Susanna, with your death, the blood of the Devil King will be severed, ushering in a peaceful world. This was never a battle between justice and evil, it was only ever a battle for revenge. I must kill you, that much is unavoidable. With that said, I am a servant of God. I shall pray for your souls, so that you and David may spend eternity together in heaven. Connors, there is no need to cast the killer curse upon her. Send her to God using your dagger. I would have liked to have witnessed your great power in action, my lord, but I shall do as you say. Connors took out his dagger and approached Susanna. I want you to know this is nothing personal. I must follow his orders. Please don't hold it against me. The moment Connors raised his dagger, Susanna quickly pulled out the dagger from the table, launching herself at her executioner. The two daggers hit their marks at the same time. Both Connors and Susanna's hearts had been pierced. They collapsed next to David, their blood pouring onto the floor. No, Connors! Ugh, my act of kindness cost him his life. David, you're still alive? David, who'd been thought to be dead, stood up, blood still pouring from his chest. You have underestimated the strength of my blood. Though faintly, David's heart is in fact still beating. My power is able to keep it alive, even under the influence of your sorceress effigy. King of the North, through your naivety, I have witnessed the blood of Connors, a northern tribesman. As long as David's heart is beating, he shall awaken as the Devil King and cast eternal curses upon you. Still bleeding, David began to cast a spell aimed at the King of the North. Ah! Is he going to burst into blood? Yes, he is. Blood began to gush out of the King of the North's face. At the sight of the bloodied face of their king, the northern sorcerers fled from the room in a panic. Blood kept gushing out of the King of the North's body. His robes were stained in the crimson liquid, and soon he was lying in a pool of his own blood. Oh shit, indeed! But once the King of the North had breathed his last, David also collapsed. In the basement of St. Radford's Church in Stratford, the ancient grudge between the Devil King and the King of the North had finally been dispelled from this world. Interesting. So I think at the moment when Susanna pulled the knife out of the table, that's when he was awakened. Yeah, neutral ending. So I'm curious to know what the other endings are like now, but we don't have time to do that tonight. Unfortunately, I'm going to have to do that tomorrow. Yeah, more loading. There's still more to go, interestingly enough. Unless it's queuing up the ending or something. The credits. Yep, still loading. Still loading. Yeah, you can probably just about hear the seeking sounds at the moment. Excuse me. Here we go. Oh, it's just the credits. That's all it was loading. Oh, never mind. Alright, that was pretty good actually. Those three endings are actually really interesting, especially the second one. But it seems like we have another branch to go through as well, so I'm thinking I actually might do that tomorrow. I'm gonna play through the other side of the game, the branch that Trap was playing tomorrow, and actually see what all the endings are there, because these endings have been super interesting so far, and I want to see if there's a quote-unquote positive ending where we actually kill the King of the North, but survive. So yeah, I'm gonna see what happens. Yeah, that was a neat ending actually. Fucking just kept him alive long enough to kill the King of the North before dying as well. And that was pretty good. Yeah, those endings have been interesting. I said the second one with the baby was probably the funniest though. The baby just like sort of telepathically speaks to the King of the North and saying, yeah, I'm coming to get you. But yeah, I think for the most part that's that side done. I don't think there's any other branches for this one, so in order to see the rest of the endings, we have to go to the other side and actually tell Susanna about the letter itself, which we will do, I think, maybe tomorrow. So yeah, I will announce the stream as usual on Discord tomorrow. Hopefully I'll see you all there. I'm actually going to see if anybody is around to host. And I will send you all in their direction. I don't know if Sarv's still watching Moonwalker by any chance. No, he's watching something entirely different. So let's not do that. I don't know who to host actually. Yeah, I know who to host. Right, I'm going to send you all to Aquas. So thank you very much everyone for watching. Thanks for all the follows. Thanks for chatting. I'll see you tomorrow. We're going to continue this game on and see what the rest of the branches look like. Starting with telling Susanna about the letter, because that should send us off to the other side of the game. So I'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night everybody. Be good.